All right. Good morning and welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Water and Power Commissioners. Today is Tuesday, October 14th, 2025. This proceeding is being broadcasted on Channel 35. The exact broadcast times can be found by contacting Channel 35. Board of Water and Power Commissioners, please stay present for roll call. Commissioner NURIT KATZ.
Present.
President Richard KATZ.
Present.
Vice President MCGRAW.
Present.
Commissioner PINDER.
Present.
4 board members, a quorum is present. Mr. President.
Thank you. And I'd like to welcome everybody to this meeting of the DWP Board of Commissioners. And we have a full agenda today with a couple minor issues on it. But let's see, I got N4. We're going to deal with special. And what else do we have?
N7.
N7. Seven's the underline.
7's just a recusal.
7's a
not
recusal, so it has to be special.
Right.
And then also 12, I assume, will do special.
All right, and items 3, 10, and 12 will all be dealt with as special items.
Okay.
What were the other two? I'm sorry.
3, 10, and 12,
Thank you.
and we had said 4 previously. I
Yes.
thought. Yes.
4 and
4 and
7.
7.
4 and 7.
Yep.
Yeah,
Thank you.
or just most of the agenda. That's the other way to put it.
Yeah, that doesn't leave that much behind.
If it's more than half, does it make them not special anymore?
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
There was a newspaper story that I tore out because I thought it was particularly appropriate, which of course then I left in the other office. But the gist of it is there was an article in the LA Times the other day that said, and this is something I think the city of LA and DWP in particular should be particularly proud of, that they had an auction for coal in Montana, and they got less than $1 a ton quoted for the price for coal, which is a radical reduction from where it's been, but it's an indication of the sign of the times. And while we are poor businesses, that's one business we don't need to be proud of and we have gotten out of. And IPP in Utah in particular, which was a coal-fired plant that we operate, is in the process of converting to a nat gas hydrogen mix that will be running. I think they'll be running tests there in January if they're not already. But it's a sign of the times and the changes, and it's also one of the things that's great about LA and the department, that we do have the resources, or we can find the resources to do cutting edge things that change what happens in the world. And so I saw that article and I was sort of like, yeah, it's nice to see. So that's all I've got to start with this morning. We'll start on that positive note. And then we have an item 12 on our agenda that we'll take out of order, because he's generally out of order, but George McGraw, who is the vice president of this commission and has been on the commission longer than me, decided that was enough. And but he has been an incredible commissioner. He has spent a lot of time and a lot of energy working, particularly in the Owens Valley and with the tribes, and trying to resolve some of their issues there in an empowering way, but also that meets the needs of the tribes as well as the city of Los Angeles. And George brings an interesting background. He has a company called Pure Water, which I did not know about and was been fascinated to learn about.
Dig deep.
Dig deep, I'm sorry, because I don't even know.
So we have
the name
another
yet.
thing called pure water.
Okay, that's true too. Okay, I'm still learning.
Project
And, but Dig Deep is a company that George started when he saw an international problem having to do with access to water, but then realized that that's a problem even closer to home. And on, most of the Indian reservations in the United States, the one thing you know for sure is that when the federal government granted land to the Native Americans, they didn't grant them good land for the most part. and a lot of land didn't have water, and some have water but no way to access it. And George's company, Dig Deep, has filled that void, so to speak, and stepped up in a major way to bring the water and the plumbing necessary to have potable water on Native American reservations. And so he has a perfect background for this. He has studied law, he studied, the environment, and is ridiculously young to have done all this. And we're going to miss him. And we tried to keep him. We tried to tie you to the chair, actually, but look forward to your next adventures and doing whatever we can to help. So I want to thank you on behalf of the commission, the staff of the city of Los Angeles, George, for just being an outstanding person and a great member of this commission and a great contributor to all of what we're trying to do. And tell you still have time to reconsider. We'll figure out the paperwork. Just, let me know and we'll take care of it for you. But I'll let the other commissioners have some comments also. And there's a roast thing. Oh, no, go on. That's later, but NURIT.
Yeah, thank you. And I know we have a formal resolution, but just, from the heart, we started not too different of times, and you've just been such an incredible colleague and partner throughout this. I was very impressed when you came in for your first board meeting. Board service is challenging in many ways, and one of those is the hundreds of pages of materials that one must read for the board meeting. And it was very clear at your first board meeting, you had read every single line of the packet and came in having, highlighted details and just the incredible dedication and attention to detail that you've brought to this role. I'm going to try not to get emotional here because you really are going to be missed, has just been incredible. And this is on top of, as President KATZ mentioned, running your own nonprofit at the same time and doing this incredible work nationally. It's been an honor serving with you, and the impact that you've had, both on our climate cabinet as we help to bring the LADWP and LA SAN together and better integrated into pure water. The work that you've done with the tribes, all I can do now is try to carry that legacy forward. But it's really, I'm sure our leadership is going to share some of this as well. This morning, your clarity and ethics that you've brought to the position, the focus on equity, the focus on inclusion. It was an honor getting to march with you at Pride, and just bringing that dedication to a more inclusive and excellent city has been a really powerful part of your service for me as well. But it's just, you will be really missed. The expertise that you've brought to this position, the perspectives, the depth of understanding of water, of tribal law, of all of these other legal considerations is not easy to replace, and the mayor's office has a tough job ahead identifying a commissioner to join us here on the dais. But you're really irreplaceable in so many ways, and I'm going to miss you. So I'm with Richard. If we can talk you into staying, we would. But we also feel you've certainly earned the opportunity to take on new adventures and move forward. So thank you, Commissioner McGraw, for everything.
Thanks, Mary.
Yeah.
Commissioner Pinder?
Thank you. I don't know if my mic is, it
on.
is. Thank you. I would just echo what has been said and wish you Godspeed and hope that everything you touch, you will bring that same clarity that you have brought to this board. It has been my personal pleasure to know you, and you are one of the first commissioners that greeted me after my nomination last year, and that went a long way in making me relax and simply enjoy this experience. Thank you, George.
Thank you, Wilma.
Great. Janice?
I'll echo everything that everybody has said, but I'll add that when I was interviewing for this role, you were in my interview panel, and you had very tough questions, but also gave me the passion for this role. Like you really were passionate about what we were doing here, and that was really what sold me into what we were going to do together. So it's hard to see you go. I think that you challenge all of us in a very interesting way with tough questions, really understanding the bigger picture, which we not always see, right? But I think the experience that you have bringing a critical resource to communities that never had it and how important that is, and bringing that into perspective just keeps us centered on what our mission here is, which is support our communities in equitable ways. I think that just the diversity of thought, the diversity of who you are, your amazing fashion style, and all the other things that you bring to the table just made it that much more interesting and fun to be around you. And so I'll miss you too, and I'm pretty sure you'll be watching, because there's a lot of these projects that you care passionately about that we're committed to delivering, and hopefully you'll be able to come and visit us when we're ribbon cutting some of this work that you've been just being a great advocate for. So good luck, and don't be a stranger. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I have something for you, so I don't want to steal your thunder, President KATZ, but do you want me to read mine?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I gotta put my eyes on. So it says, a certificate of recognition presented to George S. McGraw for your exceptional leadership and unwavering dedication to developing local water supplies, uplifting disadvantaged communities, strengthening partnerships with tribal nations, and celebrating the achievements of our employees. You have left a lasting impact on the department, the board, and the entire city of LA, and I thank you on behalf of LADWP. Your service has elevated our mission and will continue to inspire progress for years to come.
That's very beautiful. Thank you. Can I share some remarks?
I want to make sure no one else wants to take a shot at you first.
Yeah.
I think Dave might have something.
I've prepared some roasting comments.
I was worried the direction this was going in.
I'm here to support the immaturity. I would just like to say a personal thank you, Commissioner McGraw, for your support of the power system over the last few years. It's important for us to have someone that we can seek advice from and counsel, especially in uncharted waters and some hard to navigate issues. I've learned a lot from you legally when we start talking about some of the closed session issues. It's interesting to hear your perspective on them. I find you to be a voice for those who don't have a voice, which must mean you don't like bullies. I don't like bullies, so right there, I'm with you. We did prepare something for you from the power system. I'd like to read it to you, sir. In recognition of your years of dedicated service, leadership, and unwavering commitment to excellence on the LADWP Commission, you have faithfully advocated for all customers that we serve, included the most vulnerable, to ensure safe, affordable, clean, and reliable water and power from your friends in the power system.
Oh, thanks, Dave.
That's a piece of the folder line. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Heavy. Not as heavy as though.
It's the aqueduct? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is this
Yeah,
on?
you're Go, sir.
Okay. Of course, I am not in Somo Collins.
I was pretty sure.
By
that.
surprise. But I do have the opportunity and pleasure to sit in on his behalf, but also, more importantly, to recognize our Commissioner, George McGraw, once again, and maybe this will be an opportunity to extend my remarks to say that one of our directors reminisced on Janice and George visiting our command post in the Palisades at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, rallying the troops and offering their leadership and support for our first responders in the Palisades. Again, a testament to the type of person you are and Janice in terms of caring for our employees who are under such harsh circumstances, both in terms of the environment as well as just the all-around circumstances that we were undergoing. Of course, I've talked about your impact in the aqueduct, as well as on our conservation programs. But in addition to that, you've also played an important role on our mayor's climate cabinet, which serves to, propel our Pure Water Los Angeles recycling efforts. And so balancing the policy discussions with the get it done attitude that you brought to your work alongside NURIT KATZ and your colleagues on the Public Works Commission as well. So with that being said, we too have the gift that I've already presented to you, but we'll redo that presentation here right now. And so with that.
Don't throw out your back.
So I'm going to bring up the gift. And it says, Vice President of Board of Water and Power Commissioners.
Yeah.
June 2023 to October 2025, Water System thanks you for your leadership, dedication, support, and guidance. And if I may, this is a section of the LA Aqueduct, vintage 1913.
Wow.
And it's a really fitting tribute to Mr. MCGRAW because of the foundational supply that this brings to our city. But this piece of infrastructure is the connector between pipe segments along the aqueduct. So when we talk about making connections between our pipes,
Right.
we also see the leadership making connections between people.
Very cool.
Solid metaphor.
Can I say one more thing before?
Did you bring it?
Don't break anything.
No.
Can I say one more thing before George makes his remarks so he can have the final word? I didn't prepare written remarks for today, I think because I've been in denial and now it's very real. I said I wouldn't get emotional. I am. I just wanted to add that I think the way that you leave a board is as important as your service, and the thoughtfulness that you have brought to this transition and the way that you have ensured that none of the important work that you've been engaged in will go unfinished, and that we are all, prepared that you took the time to join me in Owens to ensure, a really thoughtful handoff with the tribes as I step up into tribal committee and all of the different issues that you're working on, and making sure that you've taken that care to do this transition. I just want to say that matters a lot, and we will do our best to carry your legacy forward. So thanks again, and we're going to really miss you. I can't believe you're really leaving.
But you gave those for.
You'll miss my generous, unselfish spirit.
President KATZ, the joint system also has something for Commissioner MCGRAW.
Okay.
And George, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for reading everything and even asking us the tough questions to make sure we were ready for the big transitions we were going to be doing. It's very much appreciated in helping us get ready. But we do have a plaque for you presented to Commissioner George MCGRAW on behalf of the Joint Services Divisions in recognition of your outstanding leadership and dedicated service to the LADWP. Your legacy of commitment and advocacy has made a profound impact on the countless employees and the ratepayers of Los Angeles. So we don't have a piece of hardware like power and water, but we have a beautiful flag.
Joint is more of an idea. It's a concept.
I think it's just as heavy though as that piece of that.
Yeah, there we go.
Thank you, Anne.
You're very welcome.
That's very beautiful. Appreciate it.
Yes.
In your house.
Yeah, exactly.
I have one more. Just on behalf of the communications customer service team, especially on behalf of our customers, thank you for challenging us to work harder and smarter, and most importantly, more compassionately.
you've done a lot since you've been here, and you're going to take a lot of important memories with you. To help you remember those times, we have a photo album book that has been printed from your time here that we hope you will treasure and keep in an important place. Unfortunately, it didn't make it here in time, but it is expected to be delivered today, so I'll make sure you get that before you go. But thank you so much from everyone in the joint system, in customer, in communications, and community affairs. I really appreciate all of your support and all of the challenging, frankly, that you made us work harder and be better. So we appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe. My parents have been waiting decades for a wedding photo album. I'll tell them this will take its place.
Well, before you speak, do I need to hand out tissues to people on this day? Because, I mean, I don't know what's going on here today. We are really sad. Okay. Here it is.
Thank you.
You would think with all the organizational and management experience we had here, we could have done this in one plaque and one presentation, but no, that's not our way. Joe, you got yours, you're covered. Anybody else from management side before I go to other opportunities for shots at George?
President KATZ, we have Martin Marufo from Local 18.
I know, I'm getting there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
That's okay.
apologize.
It's all right, Shante. No. It's okay, Shante. Normally, we like to create the impression that I know what I'm doing up here, but we all know who really runs the place here, so thank you. I appreciate that. But before I get to Martin, I got Luis, where are you? From the mayor's office? Come on forward.
Is this? Yeah. Hey everyone, morning. So on behalf of the mayor, we'd like to present to you a certificate of recognition. I'm not going to read it out loud, but you can read this in your spare time. But really, we just want to extend our deep appreciation for your service to the city. There were a lot of difficult things that you had to sort of get a hold of very quickly while you served on the board, and the mayor really appreciates all of the work that you put in and all the energy, and particularly all of the efforts that you put into improving relationships in Owens Valley. Personally speaking, that was one of my first trips, or one of the first things I got to do was that first trip that you also went on to Owens Valley, and that was quite a learning experience, but I think it also helped us bond and figure out how to think strategically about some of these really big issues that are very important to the city. So on behalf of the mayor and for me as well, thank you so much for your service, George. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Luis.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Luis. Luis, I appreciate it. We all do. And George will be remodeling his house soon, so, and building a wall out of today's presentation, so that's great.
Seriously.
Let me go now to our friends in labor. Martin from the IBW 18. Where's Martin? There he is.
Thanks for coming, Martin.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you for the invite, the direct invite. Thank you so much, President KATZ and Commission.
I tell you how important it is. He's in the middle of an election that's going
I know,
on,
right?
Yeah,
These contract negotiations.
and we have no votes here, so so this is a big deal.
Are you trying to get me in trouble? What are you doing?
No. We have good relations, though.
No, thank you. Good. And in keeping with the immaturity factor here, you took the fine time to leave me Lucille, as the immortal Kenny Rogers said.
Yeah, sorry.
Grateful to have you, and sorry to see you go, but you have been the guy asking the hard questions. You have been the guy that's dug in when it was time and really brought out some of the important information. And on behalf of our staff, Local 18, you guys want to stand up? Those that are here.
Oh, boy.
We just really want to show you the appreciation that we have as far as labor. We don't survive if this department doesn't survive, and you've done a great job of really reinforcing to us at labor that you do support us. But primarily you're looking for what is right. So thank you for asking the hard questions. Thank you for doing all the hard work. It's people always say it's easy to be here during easy times, but I've really never seen easy times here. These have been particularly hard for the last few months and the year. So just thank you so much for everything, and we got you something nice that's in the mail.
Make sure it arrives after my official exit date for ethics purposes.
Perfect. So the other thing that we do have for you is our ear. We're here to hear anything you have to say in the future. We're here to offer you our friendship and our support. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Martin.
All right. Where's Norm? There you are, Norm. Could you come on up on behalf of MEA, please?
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, everyone. My name is Norman Cahill. I'm here on behalf of Management Employees Association. It's for us on the management ranks, we definitely are going to miss you more than you can imagine. I've enjoyed our conversations over the last 3 years that you've been part of this commission, and so just wanted you to know that your empathy towards our causes and the time out of your busy schedule to listen to all of our issues and just the complex things that go on here are definitely appreciated by us on your behalf. I'm here with quite a few of the MEA members, and also I'm also speaking on behalf of President Andy Kendall. He's still up in Idaho dealing with some family issues, so he couldn't make it down, but he definitely wanted me to extend his appreciation for all your help. I'll keep it short, but once again, we also are planning to give you a going away present, after the 30th. So, that's also in the mail. But once again, thank you, and we're all going to miss you, and hopefully you'll keep in touch. And if you need another trip to Owens Valley, let us know. All right.
Thanks, Norm. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, from SEIU Local 721, Rudy Guevara. Or not. Okay. Instead, let's go to Audra Wise, who's our tribal liaison.
Oh.
There's Audra. And I know that Audra's worked closely with George, who has taken a particular interest in the tribes and the tribal issues, and a lot of time and effort and miles into that. Audra?
Good morning, everybody. I have to read my notes because I'm very emotional right now, but it's an honor to express my gratitude for your leadership, your mentorship, and your friendship. When I stepped into my role as LEDWP's tribal liaison just over a year ago, you were one of the first to extend a hand of guidance and support. And you led with kindness, patience, and genuine care. And you helped me navigate this important role with confidence and heart. You've consistently demonstrated respect for tribal sovereignty, culture, and community values. You truly care about people, especially those whose voices are often unheard. You have a gift for seeing possibilities where others see obstacles, and your work with me has consistently been focused on what's right rather than what's easy. Your mentorship and example have had a lasting impact, not just on me, but on how LEDWP continues building trust and collaboration with tribal communities. While it's hard to see you step down, I'm incredibly grateful for the time that we've had to work together. And your influence will continue to inspire me to lead with empathy, respect, and purpose. Commissioner McGraw, thank you for your leadership, your guidance, your heart, and your unwavering dedication to helping build bridges. Your leadership has had a lasting impact on me and the tribal engagement work that we will continue to move forward in your honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Audra.
Love you.
have to get you a reusable hanky. It's more sustainable. That's a lot of
All right.
cleaning.
Have I missed anyone? Here, we have a presentation, obviously, of the resolution from the commission. Do you want to make some comments before we give that to you and make sure you leave?
I would make sure I leave. Yeah, I'd be honored to change the locks. I wrote down some remarks because I was afraid in all of this emotionality that I wouldn't remember exactly how to do this. But I was reflecting over the past few weeks what I'd say here today, and I was remembering just a couple of years ago standing on the Navajo Nation, watching our linemen set poles to bring electricity to Navajo homes for the first time. And it's very familiar terrain to me. Like Richard said, I spent the better part of a decade in those same parts of the Navajo Nation bringing families running water. And that moment, you know, with those linemen at the very beginning of my journey here really captures the essence of what this place is. Creativity, tenacity, deep care for the people who depend on us. And I remember feeling completely overwhelmed on that trip trying to learn power. I was still just under a year in the job, one of the youngest people to ever do it, and I had inherited this really remarkable legacy and also this duty to help the organization grow and transform. And, you know, this department helped make Los Angeles a world-class city. I mean, to lead this department isn't just to, like, help our neighbors. It really is to help pump lifeblood into one of the most interesting places on earth. But there are real injustices woven into that history, especially in the ways we've acquired and managed our water and power. Much of my work here has focused on acknowledging that past and repairing it, starting with resetting our relationships, as you've heard, with tribal partners in the Owens Valley. For the first time ever, thanks to Richard's generosity and his flexibility, we welcomed them here as sovereign nations to share their stories in a public hearing for the first time in our history. It was a small but I think very meaningful step toward truth and hopefully reconciliation, although that's NURIT's job now, not mine. In that same spirit, I've really tried to ensure that our pursuit of clean energy and local water doesn't come at the cost of equity. LA 100 envisions a carbon-free power system that's resilient and reliable, but it's our job at the dais to ensure that every part of that plan, from rebate structures to vehicle charger placement to downstream impacts on rates, thanks to Tim, those are designed to benefit everyone, especially those that have been left behind historically. On the Mayor's Climate Cabinet, NURIT and I have worked really hard to get Pure Water LA back on track with the support of staff here, folks at LEHRER and the Mayor's office, moving us closer to the future where, you know, the city has a reliable source of local water that's more resilient to climate shocks. And all the work I've led, even the smaller stuff like, you know, hours with Ben settling litigation, you know, passing our first motion on the use of AI, all of those little things have mattered too because they're reflective of the kind of the future that we're choosing to build together at this agency. And of course, I didn't do any of it alone. I mean, my favorite thing about any job that I do is the people I do it with. And so I owe a huge debt of gratitude to Nancy Sutley, who left earlier this morning, to Luis, who you heard from, to Marty Adams and Aaron Benjamin and the management that was here when I arrived who really, you know, showed me the ropes. To Shantae and David and Clarice and the entire commissions team and my sweet Margot, who's here somewhere. To everyone on this dais and to your teams who so generously briefed and toured and put up with my questions. To our labor partners at IBEW and MEA and LDA and SEIU and community advocates, people like Bruce Resnick and Tracy Quinn and Mark Gold and Greg Pierce, who's here, and to Audra. Thank you, Audra, for all of your hard work. To my fellow commissioners, NURIT, my partner in crime since our first aqueduct tour, not real crime. Just to be clear on the way out. Metaphorical crime. Your brilliance and almost limitless energy to take on work in front of you is really inspiring, a little terrifying and also inspiring. I don't know how there are enough hours in your day. Wilma, you bring such a deeply needed personal touch to our work. I appreciate every time you stop us after public comment to really settle us into what's the most powerful about that, what we need to center and ground on to help the, you know, ratepayers who come to this room feel seen and feel heard. And Richard, I feel so lucky to have overlapped with you I mean, you are a political titan, someone I admire and respect. Your shrewdness, your honesty, your focus, your care. I feel really honored not just to call you a mentor, but a friend, and I appreciate you so much.
Definitely.
And of course, you, Janice, on whom all of this falls.
You said that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really rooting for you. You've done some tremendous things since you've been here, and I know this has to be, don't let the mayor hear this, but it has to be the hardest job in the city.
It is, yeah.
And I really believe in your leadership, and I'm excited to see what you'll accomplish, especially with some of the great support you have around you. 3 years ago, when Nancy Sutley first called me about this job, she said, "Why in the world would you ever want to do this?" And she was serious. And I sort of laughed awkwardly, and I was thinking, well, why wouldn't you want to help run the nation's, largest utility? But now I get why she asked. Like, this is the hardest, most complex thing I've ever attempted. But it's also been the perfect job for me, because I really do believe that good infrastructure has the power to make people happier and healthier and more themselves. And not long after the Palisades fire, when our city needed help, some of the first people to show up were those Navajo linemen that we worked with at the very beginning of my tenure. They worked shoulder to shoulder with IGAS. They work hot too. Everyone knew what was going on. And after the ceremony where Janice and I welcomed them, their foreman, Art, turned to me and said, "I bet you've really seen some shit, huh?" And I have, and I'm better for it. And I feel really, really grateful to the mayor and to all of you for letting me be your Water and Power Commissioner. It's been the honor of my life, and I'll carry it with me always. Thank you for coming today.
Yeah.
Wow, she's beautiful.
It is.
Thank you. All right, now the meeting.
No, we have to do that too.
To read it into the record.
No.
Should we read your resolution?
All right. Well, thank you all. Thank you, George. And we could have done this all day, because people would line up to say great things and thank you, and want to see what you do next. That'll be interesting.
Me too.
All right, back on the regular old agenda. Public comment?
Public comment is now open at this time. When it is your turn to speak, please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak to. You will have 2 minutes per item, but no more than 5 minutes total. If you are speaking on a specific item, you must stay on topic. Otherwise, your time will be forfeited, and it will revert to general public comment. The first commenter is William Funderburg Jr., who will be followed by David Bolog.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioner KATZ,
Commissioner.
President KATZ, and Commissioner KATZ, and DWP board members and staff. I come before you today to talk about something near and dear to my heart. Let me speak up. I last came to the board testifying before President Mel Levine in February of 2020. And at the outset, I'd like to ask for at least an additional minute beyond my 2 minutes. I'm a former Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council board member. I'm a stakeholder in the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. I did not file a community impact statement as required by the agenda, but I would like to ask for at least an additional minute, if that's all right, because I'm testifying on 5 different agenda items also. So I'm primarily here to follow up on my testimony to LADWP in February 2020. In that testimony, I said that every single day that I wake up, I try to give some type of credit and tribute to those upon whose shoulders I've stood, and I try to lift up those who are on the outside. Commissioner McGraw, you know what it's like to be an outsider. I know what it's like to be an outsider too. A childhood sexual abuse survivor, a trauma survivor, a traumatic brain injury survivor. People treated me as if I was toilet paper, and they wiped me for the past 5 years. Well, I'm back. So what I'm here to do is to speak with some type of moral clarity and authority about the agency's, what I believe, mandate vis-a-vis the 2016 Equity Metrics Data Initiative and the 2018 Equity Metrics Data Initiative as amended, which had a remedial provision after the counting was done in 2016. I left the list of 100 commissioner requests with Commissioner Cynthia McLean-Hill when I left in 2018. They were primarily geared to make sure the agency was carrying out efficiency and trying to manage the enterprise efficiently, but by doing so with transparency. The 15 equity metrics that Marcy Edwards and I agreed to in 2016 and 18 were carried out. There are 35 equity metrics that have been carried out to varying degrees. There are two in particular that I'd like to call attention to. One is SCAPA. Equity metrics has not been applied to SCAPA, plain and simple. Equity metrics has not been applied to MWD, even though MWD committed to applying equity metrics while I was on, and DWP is 20% of MWD's revenues, the last I checked. So that needs to be done. And by the way, I'm very patient, and I think that from this point forward, the community, namely Reverend Mac Shorty, who is going to testify after me, Commissioner Aura Vasquez, who's going to testify after me, also from Cali, Colombia, and Alon Duran, Miguel from Sierra Club is going to be testifying also, but he was unable to make it, but expresses concurrence with the concerns about transparency. So I think that the board has done an amazing job since we passed the EMDI. I've now called it Mapping Water and Power. It's going to be a book. I wrote a book, 500 pages, that will be published next year about my experience doing EMDI and doing equity at DWP. I think the board's done an amazing job at carrying that out. A few final notes. Commissioner McGraw, I mentioned to you the connection that I share with you with my cousin Mario Magellan Cooper, who died while I was a DWP commissioner, and whose spirit I tried to carry in my work, especially in empowering the LGBTQ community, and also your work with the indigenous community, which I share through my Cherokee and Seminole ancestors. Finally, and last but not least, Cindy Montañez. For those of you who didn't know, we had more than a professional relationship. It was never intimate. It was always, she was the force behind me, driving me on equity metrics. And I'm dedicating this, not just to her, but to Reverend Mac Shorty and Big Mike Chatham, who started the Watts Clean Air Coalition and died in the middle of our equity metrics movement. So I'm turning this back over to the equity metrics group, and you'll be hearing from them, Joe, and everybody else. Tim, they'll hold your feet to the fire. That's not really my job. I'm in institutional venture capital and fundraising now. But I did want to make sure that the board heard from the person who originally authored this. And I'm available. I don't charge. No free legal services. I think that Aura Vasquez, who is available on the telephone, did want to say like 30 seconds, if you don't mind.
Briefly.
Okay.
Hi, Bill.
Hi, Aura. You're at the DWP board meeting, and you have 30 seconds, okay? Commissioner and President Richard KATZ is right here with us, okay?
I'm watching on the video. Thank you so much, everyone, for accommodating us. President KATZ, commissioners, I'm Aura Vasquez. I'm a former LADWP commissioner as well. I'm an Afro-Latina from Colombia, a climate organizer, and an energy expert. During my time on this board, I helped lay the foundation for the Equity Metrics Data Initiative. And it was meant to be a mirror showing who we benefit, who bears the cost, and where our power truly flows. But nearly a decade later, the reflection is still incomplete. Los Angeles can lead on clean energy and the largest public utility in the country, while equity remains a checkbox instead of a compass on our communities. From South LA to Northeast Valley, they deserve to see how investments reach their blocks, not just our spreadsheets. So I'm here to ask you to please activate the data we already have. Let's turn those metrics into decisions that prioritize affordability, local jobs, and pollution-free power. Because equity isn't just a report, and we all know that. It's an outcome, and it starts with transparency. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner KATZ.
Thank you,
Thank
Bill.
you, board members, and thank you, staff. And most important, because I am a lawyer, thank you, counsel. Where's the general counsel?
Right there.
Thank you.
Bill, thank you. It's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Can I say something before we move to the next comment? I just want to thank former Commissioner Funderburk and also Vasquez. I think, George, you might think your work is done, but seeing these former commissioners come back years after their service, continue working with the community, continue carrying this work on equity forward, will give you a peek into what your future might look like. We hope to have you back here, and we know that you'll continue to collaborate with the community. So thank you. Both Commissioners Funderburk and Vasquez, you've both been mentors to me as I stepped up into this role, and we as a board remain committed to this work in equity across power and water and the organization. So thank you for your remarks today.
All right. Yes, sir.
My name is David Bolog. Today I wear a red tie in honor of an American hero, an organizer who was assassinated over just a month ago. But Miss Cindy Montez's name was mentioned, and so I do want to respect her auditorium. I did not know about what she did, but I happened to be the San Fernando City Council member where there was a memorial to her, and she was very important to the city and to Southern California, to California. I do want to start with agenda item 12. Mr. McGraw, Commissioner McGraw, excuse me, Vice President McGraw. I want to thank you as a member, not as staff, but as a member of Local 18, IBEW. I want to thank you for your service to the people of the city of Los Angeles and to its employees. I didn't know about what your business was outside of here, but bringing water to people that do not have it, it is a necessity for the experience of human beings in life. While power is a luxury, it's really great. Water is a necessity, and I hope that your future is fruitful enough to where to the nations within our nations that you bring water to, that it can not only be a necessity, but a luxury for them. Now, in my general public comment, I would like commissioners to, since you're appointed here as representatives of the mayor, I would like to address you as if I was speaking to the mayor. There's many ideals of charter reforms happening right now. Some of them good, others are not. One ideal is to take our water and power employee retirement plan, commingle that with plans of other city employee retirement plans. Employees here, no matter their politics, are united on the care and health of our retirement plan. We employees have taken great strides and sacrifices to make sure that our retirement plan is fully funded. What is going on with other city employee retirement plans is something that those employees will need to adjust on their own. There is no way that the membership of our plan can allow commingling with other plans to happen. It's too important to our futures. This ideal is a non-starter. Now, Madam Mayor, I would never say to you, we're going to vote you out. We can't. It wouldn't be possible. So many of our members don't even live in Los Angeles. It makes me cringe when people come to committee hearings or board meetings and say such nonsense. Those people that say that usually have no understanding of how and why that person got elected and the minutia of the area that they represent. But, Mayor, I could see the membership of this plan being inspired to knock on the doors of high-propensity Los Angeles voters to talk about the election. And I can't say it would be favorable to your next campaign or the passage of the charter, which would have many things that would be necessary for a better Los Angeles that we would both like to see. I know the management of my collective bargaining unit, Local 18, supported your bid for mayor, and from my understanding, they would like to continue that relationship. But if this goes to the voters with your blessing, I don't see how that relationship could be sustained. I don't think you want your next re-election, your campaign, to be harder than it needs to be. So Mayor Bass, I feel it is in the best interest of yourself, the city of Los Angeles, and the employees of LEDWP to let this ideal go. Now, I also want to speak on...
Before you speak on anything further,
yes, ma'am.
You did specifically mention the retirement board. Of the people who are seated here and the commissioners, I am the only commissioner on the retirement board. So they may not even know what you're talking about. First of all, that is a very forceful board. It is 100% dedicated to the retirement interests of DWP employees. I like to say that there are people who have not been born yet, who do not even know that they will be working here one day, that when they retire, long after I'm gone, obviously, their money will already be here working for them. It is the one thing that I take very seriously. I'm not out in Mono Valley. I'm not looking at transmission lines. I am looking at money that I personally am responsible for putting in pots to make sure they grow and stay stable. Now, of course, this board, the retirement board, is fully aware of all the issues that have come at it about mingling funds, et cetera. I can say, without reservation or restriction or concern, that the focus of the DWP Retirement Board is to keep at all times that pot of money growing and stable. And I believe I'm correct in saying the retirement fund is 100% funded at this time.
102%.
That's an applause. That's an applause. Okay? So I would not try to direct a message to the mayor through us. We do not run and call the mayor and ask her or him, whoever the next one is, what we should do. And I really want that to be very clear to anyone that hears my voice. And I like to repeat, and I think I'm going to repeat it every meeting, none of us get paid for this. It is blood, sweat, and tears. And it is very, very much on our minds when we do something. Yeah, we talk too much. We pat each other on the back too much. But when we're in these circles and when we're in these various committees, that's where the hard work gets done, not here under the bright lights. So I want you to be very clear on what you're saying and what you're asking. So do not come in here talking to the mayor through us, because we are just dedicated to the work before us. It might be in opposition to the mayor. We don't know. We are simply dedicated to what our duties are here, which is to serve you as commissioners. And that's my whole summary on that.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Pinder, and I meant no disrespect to this board, but I do feel it's an important issue amongst the employees and the member of this plan that it be spoken about at every chance we have to make sure our retirement plan is preserved. And I do appreciate all of your service, non-paid. I do understand that you guys are appointees and you do this for just out of love for the city of LA, and I do appreciate that. And I do want to speak about agenda item number 1. I would like to see in the future if the board would actually put a little explanation about what this contract is about. What I did is look at what this company is. E-Discovery Solutions, excuse me for not being able to pronounce it right, but it looks like it is an AI type project to do discovery for any type of cases, if I'm not mistaken. But I would just like to say to the board, I know there's a new app that we have within as employees. It starts with an X. I just learned about it Thursday. It's not the app X that people use for social media, but it will commingulate all the employees' injuries that they have or any health issues that they have at work into one place. The thing about that is that will leave it open to certain predators that could gain that information a lot easier as opposed to now. I know it's harder to get this information, but it has to go through a labyrinth. So people that want it and really need it, the way the situation is now, it works to where it makes it harder, where people have to really want to have to do this, where if you have something, our data is available to people a lot easier, it can be used against employees. So I hope that you all consider that with decisions that you make. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Reverend Mac Shorty, who will be followed by Stanley Chapman.
Amen. I was a little disappointed when I came into this room. Something I never expected, as it was a long 30-minute drive from Watts, California to this dais, this board. To see all these people here, to see that security had the community members waiting out in the second room. The board needs to make it clear. This is a body for the community. We are the community, not the people that come here and suck up to you guys for contracts. The community, taxpayers like me, DWP Power, bill holder, trash, water, whatever. When I turn the water on, I expect it to come from DWP. I also have served as a ratepayer advocate commissioner appointed by Mr. Herb Weston himself. I never met this ratepayer advocate, but I got calls because the board had problems trying to choose him. Disappointed to see he's not in his seat, but what can you expect? City of LA has gone to hell in pieces. But today I'm here to speak. SCOPA, we want to know. We want to know the amendments. We want to know the contracts. We want to know the microgrids. You built the $4 billion project down in Watts, California. You tore down 700 apartments. You brought back 1,400. Everybody that lives in those apartments, guess what they're complaining about? DWP, their power bills. Everything in those apartments are electric. The washer, the dryer, the stove, the refrigerator. Everything in new apartments that the city is authorizing to be built is electric. And you know who's benefiting from it? DWP. Sad to say. It used to be a time I walked in this room several years ago, we'd be full with community members. Disappointed that this has changed. So it tells me one thing. You guys need to wake up and be about the people. We know a lot of you don't live in our communities. We get that. We know a lot of you don't care about our communities. We get that. But we're still in prayer for your souls that you make it to heaven. Because hell's going to bust open before heaven do. And I'm here to tell you, yes, it's real. We are real. We shouldn't have to come down here with my 3,000 churches that I'm the president over and surround your building and march around here and shout to Jesus to call you out of your offices. Shouldn't have to do that. We the people, meaning the public. That's why I say we the people, us, the ratepayers of DWP, deserve your attention McGraw, you're great. Hate to lose you, brother. Really hate to lose you. Because we could only hope the two replacements after you and the person that fills this other empty seat be somebody from the public that gets it and understands it. We love all you other commissioners. Met her at an event, met this lady at an event. I'm passionate about my people. I've done it, I lived it. But at the end of the day, I've shown myself to be friendly. I'm still available. We really need to think of the people. We need to stop talking about solar panels and start producing them. SEC is beating you guys to the game. They're putting battery powered, whatever, up and down Alameda, trying to acquire as many lots, trying to outdo DWP. And I don't like that. You know why? Because I'm a DWP kind of guy. I don't like nobody talking negative about Department of Water and Power, because I stand with the workers. I see them every day and night. I see the trucks parked in some of my communities. I see them in some affluential communities. And I'm not here to scold you all. I appreciate each and every one. You got a hard job to do. We all do. But at the end of the day, we can all work together and make this city. Let's not just talk about Los Angeles being a city of the people. Let's make it a city of the people. Stand by it and mean it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Reverend.
Thank you, Reverend. Well, the next speaker is coming up. I just want to reaffirm our commitment here to the community. I'd love to meet with you further if you'd like, or continue this conversation. This is very much a place where we are working hard to represent all Angelenos and all of our ratepayers. I also just want to note that whether he's sitting here right now or not, thank you for your service in helping select the new ratepayer. I've been really impressed with his. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for your service in selecting Fred. I really enjoyed, working with him and all of his insights. But I do want to speak to our new ratepayer advocate, whether he's in his seat or not. He did provide comments today. He's extremely conscientious and also working on some new initiatives with the Office of OPA to really get into the community and really work with the community. And I think you'll find that he'll be filling Fred's shoes in a way that you'll appreciate. So I hope you have the opportunity to sit down with him. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stanley Chapman. I've spoken in front of the board before. I just want to come up today to thank the board for all the work that the Department of Water and Power has put in getting power to the Barclays Hotel on Skid Row. We're almost there. I'm going to still be coming until we get there, but I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that's being done thus far. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Stanley.
Thank you.
That shot in the arm, because this is getting heavy in here. Thank you.
No, thank you for your comments, Stanley.
The next speaker is Mickey Johnson, who will be followed by Alan Doran.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Morning. Good rainy morning. Something we don't get that often. So we're saying goodbye to someone that I've listened to several times and enjoyed listening to some of that time, which is pretty good on a board. I also wanted to thank Commissioner President KATZ and all of you. We do appreciate, we had a good meeting at the Barclay. It took almost 4 years, but we appreciate it. And we look forward to getting this done. We will be coming back and we will be, pushing to make sure it stays on track and to make sure we're all timely. We have 94 units there that we're trying to get open, have been trying to get open for almost 4 years. And today's a good reminder of one of the many, many reasons we need to get people off the streets. And so I hope to look forward to celebrating that with you all. That would be a great pleasure. With the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, Healthy Housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners, staff, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. My name is Alon Duran, and I'm a co-founder and chief commercial officer of EVSEG, a Los Angeles-based infrastructure firm focused on equitable deployment of EV fast charging. We launched GenX1 to prove that public infrastructure can be clean, scalable, and just. Our pipeline includes $112 million in development assets, with 6 sites under contract and 11 more in negotiation, each future-proofed for solar and battery expansion. We've scoped over 100 sites across 6 states, and we hold exclusive IP to the Veloce Fast Grid, a low-dig installation platform that cuts deployment time by 50%. We're proud to thread this work through EMDI, Equitable Mobility Deployment Infrastructure, ensuring that every charger we install reflects community need, workforce equity, and long-term resilience. Our easement-driven model ensures 30-year site control, stable utilization, and contracted revenue, all without leverage. And I wanted to note our firm is minority and women-owned. That's not a footnote. We're signatory developers with IBEW NECA, committed to GRESP reporting, and we've mobilized over $13 million in non-dilutive funds to date. GenX is a shovel-ready, community-rooted, and designed for a 30-year horizon. We're ready to build. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Public comment is now closed at this time.
Can I get a mic back, please? There you go. Thank you. Ms. Kionis, you're up.
Thank you. The first item I want to update the board on, the last couple of weeks have been challenging in the federal government with cuts to the DOE GRIP funding. And so I want to give you an update on how it has impacted the funding for DWP. Mainly 2 major projects have been impacted, or programs, the Grid Resilience and Innovation Partnership Program funding, which in 2023, DWP was awarded about $48 million in grant funding. Yep. And this was earmarked for the developer of our Community Grid Innovation Program, with the fund allocated to augment 5 of our programs: solar rooftop programs, demand response, managed EV charging program, feed-in tariff and feed-in tariff plus, and the commercial energy storage to grid program. We learned that funding has been rescinded in the latest DOE list, and all 5 programs will continue to move forward despite the withdrawal of the federal grant funding. However, without this funding, we will not be able to augment these programs to provide enhanced benefits to projects located within disadvantaged communities. And if you recall, we had added additional funding to buy down the cost on disadvantaged communities that came with the GRIP funding. So that's one of the bigger changes. And then the second is the ARCHES funding, which was pulled. And we had about $100 million of ARCHES funding for Scattergood project. Again, that project continues regardless of the funding, but it is an impact on just buying down the cost of the program for the communities. I also want to give Dave Hansen some time to talk about power updates, and then I'll pass it over to Greg to talk about water, and then Joe to talk about customers. So, Dave.
There it is. Good morning. Just wanted to take a second to acknowledge Miss Alice Fung. We just hired her as the director over the PMO, our project management office. Power System has never had a PMO office. We've had a planning group. We've had different organizations that track projects based on their size, but we've never had an overarching governance organization in power. So I have total faith in my new selection, Ms. Alice Fung, to lead us into organization. Thank you, Alice.
Welcome, Ms. Fung.
So also asset management, as we're working towards the Corn Ferry with our consultant on the reorganization of the power system, you hear me talk about every board meeting, we are managing that change and beginning to roll out some new offices, PMO being the very first one. The next one is asset management. We do have different islands of asset management programs within the power system. Water has their own asset management. But we lack an overarching asset management program for the entire department. We lack one for the entire power system. We tried one a few years ago with the Maximo and corporate Maximo rollout, and for whatever reason, you know, just it didn't make it through the entire power system. So some folks are still using WILMA, some folks are using Maximo, and those are just computer systems. The method that we use to track asset managements and the life cycle of these and creating new projects is something we have not really done consistently. So we will be advertising to fill the new Office of Asset Management, and we expect that advertisement for a new director, new organization should come out sometime this week. Also today, you're going to be hearing about AMI, our Advanced Meter Infrastructure status on where we are. I'll just give you a sneak peek and steal a little bit of their thunder. But we did start the rollout deployment on September 15th, and we've already deployed over 2,000 advanced meters as part of the ongoing rollout. Customer response has been overwhelmingly positive thanks to proactive outreach efforts, including targeted media campaigns and informative mailers. A big thanks to our partners in communications, community affairs, and LEGA. Customer inquiries have primarily focused on scheduling and anticipated deployment timelines in their neighborhood. So they're actually eager to receive it, where typically we hear a lot of not in my backyard. An encouraging sign of engagement. To date, only 2 customers out of 2,000 have opted out, reflecting strong community support for the initiative. And our outage numbers are looking good for today. Back to you, boss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I'm going to pass it over to Greg to talk about the Long Valley Emergency Gate Commission. I had the opportunity to visit that work site and very impressed with our coworkers in the Owens Valley and what we are able to do here in-house, but I'll let Greg talk more about the project.
Thank you, Janice. Yeah, so our water system recently completed the Long Valley Slide Gate Stem and Operator Replacement Project. I know that sounds like a mouthful. But with that, our Long Valley Reservoir is the largest reservoir in the DWP aqueduct system with over 180,000 acre-feet of supply. And this project was performed to repair the emergency slide gate stem and operator that failed some years ago. The construction was limited to working during the spring and summer months due to the inclement weather during the winter months. And so with that being said, staff was able to complete that in 5 months, more than 2 months ahead of schedule. The emergency slide gate is used to release water from the reservoir to prevent its overtopping of the dam in the event of flooding and water elevation exceeding the spillway elevation. The slide gate, stem, and operator were original to the construction of the dam, which was commissioned back in 1941. The original gate had to remain in place while the repairs were made. The worksite access was extremely limited since the gate is actually located more than 80 feet below the reservoir surface and only accessible through a tunnel. This project was designed and constructed utilizing Water Operations Division Aqueduct staff with support from Operations Metro staff as well. So completely done in-house. So congratulations, kudos to the team, and kudos to improving the safety of one of our critical infrastructure pieces along the aqueduct.
I'll just add the team really work on continuous improving the methods, the work methods they use. They designed a brand new plug for the reservoir. It was designed in-house, built in-house. It's amazing engineering, really incredible engineering to stop the flow of water into that tunnel. But one of the things I was really impressive is just how clean and organized the work site is, and you know the pride that the workforce has on getting that done safely and in a very timely manner and in not really easy conditions to work. So I was really grateful for the time they spent with me explaining the project and showing me what they've been doing. Great job.
Thank you.
And then Joe, I'll pass that over to you for self-generation incentive program and then also the communication awards.
Good morning. I have an update from our distributed energy solutions team. The self-generation incentive program is a program that provides financial incentives to our customers who install on-site distributed energy technologies like solar panels, battery storage, and other clean energy systems. We received $36 million through Assembly Bill 209 from the CPUC to support low-income residential customers to adopt battery storage or solar paired with battery storage for little to no upfront costs. As of October 1st, that program has reached full capacity, the equity program component of it, which is good news, but obviously shows also the significant demand in the community for this type of program and solar battery partnering. The tribal component remains open and will close upon subscription. We're actually going to have to conduct a lottery to select the programs for the portion of the equity program due to the significant interest from our customers and from developers who are making this technology available in our underserved communities. Separately, I want to share some good news. I'd like to ask representatives from our Communications and Community Affairs team to stand while I announce some of these awards that were recently received by the team. On October 2nd, the California Association of Public Information Officials, CAPIO, announced their STAR Awards for this year. It recognizes high-quality video programming produced by public, educational, and government agencies. Our team was recognized with 2 STAR Awards, an honorable mention in the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion category for the Pride Parade 2024 video, and second place in the water category for our Tap-Off Safety and Emergency Preparedness Fair 2025 video. Really a testament to the tremendous work that our videographers and our producers from the Communications and Community Affairs team does. Also, the PRSA LA Prism Awards are attended by advertising, marketing firms, and government communications teams from all across the area. And our team won multiple awards this year, just last week, from the LA chapter. They received the Prism Award, which is the highest award for publications and annual reports for the 2024 Drinking Water Quality Report. An award of excellence for the employee town halls in the internal communications and employee relations category. Thank you, Janice, for initiating those here and giving us that opportunity to produce them. And the award of excellence for omnichannel resilience for our crisis communications response to the Palisades wildfire. I want to congratulate our entire communications and community affairs team for really what is tremendous work that they've continued to do day in and day out. So thank you.
I'll just add, in the year and 5 months I've been here, the collaboration between the operations division and the communications division it's more important than ever. And every time we have an emergency, communicating with our customers of what we know, what we're doing, and how we're planning to mitigate it has been critical. And the communications organization has just stepped to the plate and be proactive in communicating and helping the operators understand the importance of accurate and timely information so that our customers know what to do and be self-resilient while we get to that level of response. So they have been extremely helpful in helping me prepare for a lot of conversations that I've had throughout the industry. And they are just so passionate about communicating with our customers the way they communicate, that our customers want to be communicated to. So I'm very thankful for them. You guys do an amazing job, and I'm very lucky to have you guys. And so my last update, I think there's a slide deck for the Clean Air Day. And we recently hosted the 4th annual Clean Air Day Fair at JFB. It's part of a statewide California Clean Air Day campaign, which encourages organizations, residents, and agencies across California to pledge and take meaningful action for cleaner air. This year, LAWP led the charge with 568 Clean Air Day pledges, ranking #1 in California among utilities in Clean Air Day pledges, which talks to our commitment, not just as an organization, but as our employees on our clean energy transition and the importance of our environment and our communities. So I also want to do a special thank to the Water and Power Community Credit Union, which sponsored the EV Showcase and Ice Cream, and other key partners, including the South Coast Air Quality Management District, LA SAN, LA Public Library, LA Recreations and Park, LA Conservation Corp's city plans, IBW Local 18, LADWP Corporate Environmental Affairs, LADWP Electric Transportation Rebate Unit, LADWP Communications and Community Affairs, and last but not least, the LADWP Green Team, and of course our staff. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Moving along, slowly but surely, but we're getting there. But there's a lot of important stuff on today's agenda. So next up is Tim O'Connor from the Ratepayer Advocate.
Good morning, President KATZ, council members, or commissioners, and public representatives. My name is Tim O'Connor. I work for the Office of Ratepayer Advocacy, Office of Public Accountability here in the city. And we have every board meeting review items that come before the board, examine them for appropriateness, for reasonableness, looking at the size of expenditures. As a result of that, we talk to many of the staff at the department. We review the technical information that's associated with them. For this board meeting, we reviewed no fewer than 6 of the different expenditure items and provide comments on one of those items specifically. The item that we provide comments on is related to file item number 10, and this is for approval of a contract to support the department with inspections regarding overhead and underground facilities for a contract of 1 year with a 4 one-year renewal options for a total amount not to exceed $139 million. As it relates to our comments, we would not object to the board approving this file item, but we would recommend the board take on some additional oversight role as it relates to this item to ensure that the contractor and that the department achieves the results for which it desires and which ratepayers need. In and amongst our written comments, which we provided to the board, we recommend that the department, at a minimum, provide for a check-in of this contract in year 1 to ensure that going forward for a year 2 and beyond, that it meets criteria for contractor effectiveness and efficiency and for overall departmental needs. And this is based on some prior observations from the Public Utilities Commission, from the department's own internal audits of some needs regarding overhead inspections and underground equipment inspections going forward, as well as to address prior backlogs. I'll just state that we think that year 2 of this contract being conditioned on the completion of a performance review and submission of a written report back is important for the board's oversight role and important for ratepayers going forward and ensure that this rather sizable contract meets the needs of the department. Thank you.
Well, that certainly makes sense, and certainly a perfect recommendation. There's no harm, and there could be a lot of good. Like you said, it's a big contract. Taking a look at year 1 makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. When we get to that number, that item, which will be in a couple of minutes, we'll amend the contract along those lines.
Thank you.
So when it comes before us, we'll have that accountability built into it and appreciate the input.
Yes.
Of course.
Anything else for me? No? Okay.
Where were you when that gentleman was asking about you? That would have done me more good than anything.
Yeah, my apologies. I had to visit the lavatory for a few minutes. So
perfect timing, huh?
Edith from our staff went and spoke with the Reverend out in the hallway. We'll be meeting with him individually, and we extended my apologies for missing that moment. So thank you.
Didn't try not to call you out, but
They didn't tell you that you're not allowed to be human as a ratepayer advocate. Thank you for your service, Tim.
Okay, moving right along before we
get off the track again. Yes.
Yes. All right, so ratepayer advocate, consideration of items recommended for approval. Let's go on. There's a couple items that I pulled out, one of which Tim just addressed. But let's go to item 4 first, the Elysian Park issue. Who's got that? Who's a lucky person on Elysian Park? All right, Craig.
What number? I'm sorry.
It's file item J4.
Good morning, President Katz, and thank you for the discussion around our do I have this microphone on?
Yeah, you do.
Okay. Elysian Park Reservoir Community Parks Enhancement Fund. So this is our quarterly report, which relates to the project that we implemented within the community, which is in compliance with the Enhanced Surface Water Treatment Rule. And that specifically was the installation of our floating cover over the Elysian Reservoir. And so with that implementation, some 10 plus years ago, the Community Parks Fund was established to provide mitigation for that project that we've since have implemented. Over the course of time, Rec and Parks has been the lead in utilizing the funds that we've deposited for that mitigation, and this quarterly report was requested by the board to promote visibility into what's happening. And so here we are over the course of, I believe, 9 years, and we still have remaining funds that have yet to be utilized, which I think is the source of having a conversation today.
Right, yeah. Can you tell us how much we've put in and how much is still there? And how much is unused at this point?
You know, I would need to kind of put my hands on the actual reports themselves, and I'm just kind of looking at the agenda here. So if I may, perhaps I can bring the more detailed discussion in a future meeting so that we can really get into the facts and figures.
Yeah, no, I'm very curious about it because I've been told, I mean, I keep hearing a variety of numbers, and so I'd like to know how long the money's been there, how long it's been sitting there, if that's in fact what happened. If it's not what happened, that's fine, but I want to make sure that any place, you know, any department, we put money into, there ought to be a clock on how long folks have to spend it. So, you know, because if it's going to sit in a bank somewhere, it might as well sit in ours as opposed to theirs. And we'll find something to do with it, I'm sure.
I do have a member of my staff who's present who can speak to some of the details. So if I may, if we can have our architect come up forward to the podium to provide the board president with a little bit more insight to his question.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Didn't mean to ask him a question, so you got put on the hook, but I appreciate your coming forward.
Of course. Good morning. My name is Nancy Avila. I'm with the Architectural Design Group with WETS. We are the ones in charge of monitoring and sort of keeping track of the different tasks on this MOU. So per the MOU, there's no expiration date on the funds. It's until they are all, used up. So we are working with Craig from RAP to make sure everything is happening according to the report that gets submitted every 3 months to us. So it's a work in progress at this time.
Well, I'd still like to know how much money is in the fund and
Sure, yeah.
and how much has been spent. That's my main concern right now is, you know, I understand some of the projects that have been spent on, and I think we need to know that as well, but I'm primarily concerned with, you know, what some people say has been money parked there and others have a different point of view, but I just want to know what's really happening there so we can act appropriately.
Yes, so the remaining amount as of today is $4,855,460.67. And according to Craig from RAP, that most of that money, at least $4 million of it, will be utilized to complete the rec center. So the scope of work for that is to complete the interior design of the space and include I think a multi-purpose room within that area. So that's kind of where most of this funding will be allocated to.
If you could, I appreciate the 4 million figure. Could you tell me at some point, it doesn't have to be right now, but how much we put into that, came out of DWP into that fund?
Okay.
And when that was? I'd appreciate knowing that.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, so the original fund amount was $12.5 million. I'm looking at the actual report itself here, which is attached to the filed item. And this is where Rec and Parks is summarizing the various activities that have been accomplished. It's a multi-page document that's in your board package, but the original fund amount is $12.5 million. It doesn't have the date when the fund started, but perhaps, Nancy, that was when some period after the reservoir project was complete that this fund was established.
So we entered into this MOU with RAP in 2016. So it's been 9 years.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Any further questions?
Tim?
President KATZ, it's my understanding from the reporting from that was provided to the board is that this project on the rec center development, which in our review fits within the expansive scope of providing for additional public access and opportunity to address the issues in the area, that it is scheduled for completion in 2026. And so we expect most likely the majority, if not all of the funding to be utilized by the end of the year. And so I think that this question probably be resolved in the next calendar year.
Great, thank you. Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Nancy.
All right. Any other questions on that item? No. Okay, let's also, I pulled out N3. Joe, I think that's an advertising contract you and I talked about.
Yes, I have just a few slides that I can move through on this with you. This is an extension, the final extension for one additional year with Fraser Communications for advertising, planning, and placement services. These are expert services that assist us in planning the most effective advertising approach for the market, for the programs that we're advancing. This, up till now, we have had 4 years in total on this contract. We're asking for an additional $4.5 million. I want to point out to the board that the vast majority of this money goes to the advertising outlets, media firms, not with Fraser. Fraser has a percentage fee and some hourly rates that they charge us for the services that they provide in planning these. Before each of you is an attachment, a printout with really this presentation, these few slides, as well as the examples of the advertising campaigns that we have run over the last 3.5, 4 years with Fraser. They've been extraordinarily strong partners. It's a fully woman-owned firm in Los Angeles, expert really in helping us craft campaigns with the limited funds that we do have available for advertising. As you know, advertising is getting a lot more expensive. When we initiated this contract, $4 million went a lot further than it does today.
Sure.
So the upcoming campaigns related to this, if you could advance through the slides for me. Okay, there we go. Again, this is just a brief overview on the item before you. Next slide, please. We do plan on going out to RFP in 2026 for these services to recompete it to ensure that we allow ample opportunity for the industry to take advantage and potentially provide these services to us. Next slide, please. Really just talking about the campaigns that have been some of the major initiatives and the ones to come in 2025. We have the Pure Water LA related outreach, immigration preparedness. With the federal tax credits ending, we're making a big push to get customers to enroll in those programs. Smart Grid, Home LA, Power Savers, and attic insulation programs are just some of the highlighted ones. Also continue to invest in water conservation advertising as a baseline effort every year with the potential and opportunity to do more in years when we very much need our customers to conserve more and have that behavior change in addition to the water conservation programs that we offer that help them permanently reduce their use. Next slide, please. We've placed a significant effort on ethnic community outreach. You'll see some of those results in the slides that follow that I won't cover during this presentation, just in the interest of time. Also targeting special events. We're looking to do even more in the coming year on disadvantaged community outreach, really getting more into the community so that they appreciate and understand the programs we have and how we can be a partner with them. And then the next slide, final slide, please. Are just, again, the upcoming advertising campaigns and outreach that will be supported by this investment of $4.5 million. We do look forward to going back out to the market and competing in the coming year and appreciate your support on this item.
That's great. Appreciate the explanation. What I was hoping, which is what you provided, is to give the board some visibility on how you're spending the money and how you reach out to people in LA. We know this is a very complicated and crowded media market. On any given day, God knows how many things, good and bad, are going on in the city, and how you get your messages through on that is hard, and it's important. So I appreciate some visibility on that, Joe. Thank you. Sure. Anybody else got questions on it? Okay. Thanks, Joe. Thank you. We'll move on then. That's the only other one I had a question on, see if any other board members have on. Let's go to on N7, but NURIT, you got to take a walk, please.
Yes, sir.
Oh, look who's here. Hey, you. Everybody knows Keisha Washington, I assume.
Good morning, everyone. Or afternoon.
It's morning, sir.
Still morning?
It is still
You want to
morning.
introduce yourself and introduce myself?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Keisha Washington. I'm head of community investment.
And I'm Brona Lindsay, new appointment AGM over customer and community equity strategies.
Great. Welcome.
Welcome. So we have choices here. We are actually looking to extend our MOA with UCLA for another 5 years and $5 million, but let me know your pleasure. We can go through the presentation, or I can answer questions.
Why don't you give us an overview of the program first, and then we'll go from there. It'd be a good place.
Sure. So with the agreement with UCLA, we entered into this probably about 10, 12 years ago, and it's actually a broad umbrella agreement. UCLA is the prime partner, and it's a way for us to work with all of the universities within the city of Los Angeles. And with that, they're doing research for us on a variety of issues related to energy conservation, energy efficiency, water-related issues, also issues related to, what is it? I'm blanking on the big one.
So they had a few reports
Yes.
that just got published. New UCLA report looks at key and water power infrastructure needs. They've also published a water systems and wildfire understanding capacities and limitations. And so things like that, things that that we would need from them. We've also worked with them in the past on smart infrastructure with our water system. I personally had experience working with them on recognizing if we're going to need smart meters in the organization. So this is an organization that talks about everything that has to do with LEDWP, what we're doing, and it also assists with some of our equity strategies. Just listening to former Commissioner Funderburg and talking about the old equity metrics. UCLA has already started some of the strategies and reports on how we support our communities equitably. So this is something that's necessary for us to move forward.
And we have had 26 task orders to date. Again, as we were kind of going over some of the broad ones, some of the key ones, again, were the LA 100 equity strategies work, which Brianna has mentioned. We've done some trunk line research, some workforce development research, including crafting strategies to create pipeline for high demand, low skill entry positions, a clean grid jobs analysis, energy data analysis, also looking at valuing the resiliency benefits of the Hyperion reuse and groundwater development programs, the co-benefits of climate mitigation on air quality and human health in Los Angeles, reducing uncertainties in the LA aqueduct sensitivity to climate risk, and finally, supporting community understanding and establishing equity outcomes in pure water Los Angeles and broader water enterprise options. Again, I want to point out UCLA is the prime, but it does include Cal State LA, Cal State Northridge, Loyola Marymount, and the University of Southern California. Those are the named entities there.
I mean, it's one university coordinating the others, or all of them have a certain
UCLA is the
type?
prime, yeah.
Okay, but are they coordinating it, or does each of these universities have their own little pot and they're reporting to you directly, or do they report back to
a mothership, so to speak?
I would articulate that UCLA becomes the mothership. So we work with them if UCLA doesn't have, for example, the specific services that we're requiring. We also look to see, is it at CSUN, is it at Loyola Marymount? And again, UCLA has been very good in working with us and helping us to identify the resources that have been asked from the different systems.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Anybody? Tim, you're good here on this one? Okay.
Would you like a motion to pass that?
Yeah, well, yes.
So moved. Move to pass item N7.
And I would second.
A motion, a second, all members present, all three of us, as aye votes. That's passed. Thank you. Thank you for George.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Keisha. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Okay. Last one I have on my list, and then we'll see. And go back to the main list. This is the last one. Number 10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one Tim wants us to
We got to modify, put the amendment on that. Right?
Yeah,
Thank
exactly.
you. Tim, we're back to that item you brought up earlier.
Thank you. And might I suggest that there's both a question of potential modification of the request for approval of the contract with for subsequent 1 year re-ups, and the board's sort of holding the department to some reporting requirements and some examinations prior to jumping into year 2.
Right.
And there's the broader question of what the department should be doing to evaluate its effectiveness of integration of new technology, its ability to inspect facilities in conformance with General Orders 165, 95, and 128, and also to examine whether it's met the board's prior directives under motions that were passed back in 2023 about coming back to the board with some reporting regarding overall inspections to give the board insight into the situational awareness that the department finds itself in. And so we would recommend both that there be conditioned on moving into year 2, a reporting that does accomplish at least 4 items, which one is evaluates the contractor's performance in the prior contracting period over the last 5 years. Right. Looking at their performance within the first 6 months of this specific contract, looking at and reporting on how the department does and has conformed with the board's prior motion. And then finally, whether there's any issues that have been elevated during that reporting that can go to informing this contract going forward. Second is so that's really kind of conformance, in going to year 2. The second question is we think that the board really should direct the department to report on what it's going to be doing to reduce the inspection backlog that we believe currently exists, ensure future compliance with the CPUC's general orders, and align with some of the efforts that have been taken in the recent months to identify new technology and to integrate it within this type of project. And that when you look at all of that together, we think that this will provide an opportunity for ratepayers to understand how expenditures of this size and nature reflect their best interests in achieving reliable energy supply and affordability, as well as provide the board with the kind of visibility that requested previously.
Tim, what's your, I'm sorry, Nora?
Wilma,
Wilma,
I don't think there's anything wrong with you reminding us that in essence we should have tighter grips on the reins if we're thinking in a bucolic horse scenario, or in a more modern sense, DWP does see itself as I'll make it a car analogy. We think that we are a vehicle. We know we put the best spark plugs, the best tires on it, the best everything. That is what we try to do. And we try to have training that brings the best personnel. But there is nothing wrong
with this sleek, wonderful, high-powered car, for an analogy, checking its brakes on steep roads and seeing how it's going to handle as we keep going. And that's the vision that I have. I know what our personnel, when they set these up, when they hire these companies, they've already looked far down the road. But there's nothing wrong with what you're saying to us about you might want to tap on the brakes every once in a while just in case something went wrong and before the thing's out of hand and takes the curve too strongly or something. So in that, I appreciate your just reminding us, notwithstanding that we think everything looks sleek and easy. Just don't take these turns as sharp as we've been taking them. Perhaps there might be a grease skid ahead that we just can't even imagine. And we do know that we have, budget issues at all times. So with that in mind, it's certainly something that I, as a commissioner, will be a little more focused on than I might have been in the past. So I thank you for it.
Thank you.
Following up on that, Tim, you had mentioned a backlog.
Yes. So what we've been able to discern from the audits performed by the California Public Utilities Commission, and I certainly don't know about the exact present-day situation, is that over the last several years, there's been an examination of the inspections at least 3 different districts, and found that several thousand of those inspections were performed after what the general orders would have directed, and that would, to us, indicate that there has been a backlog of inspections needing to be performed, and remedial efforts have been both taken and we believe probably will need to continue to be taken going forward. But I would obviously turn it over to the department for some situational perspective on that.
Okay, I'm trying to get a handle on what it is, how it is we would ask the department to respond. I mean, without knowing what the totality of the problem is, it's hard to say, reduce it 50%, reduce it 20%, report. And so I'm looking for some help in trying to figure out. Denise, do you want to chime in?
I'll just add. Let me just start by saying our regulating body for distribution is the commission.
Yeah, we are.
Which is different than the IOUs, which have the CPUC, right? But we, as a department, follow GO 95, GO 165, the same regulation that the CPUC enforces in IOUs. The CPUC comes in DWP and does safety inspections, and they are taken into account in our compliance and regulatory requirements. Our inspections and maintenance program has been going through a PMO ICS structure to get a handle of past due tax. Right. And Alice Fong, who just meant for the PMO, has been driving that effort for us, but it's an all-department effort to really understand what is our position on active tax versus data cleanup versus getting the work done on the field. And it's a all-hands effort to understand the situation of the department. I think it's important that we bring up what we found and what's the plan forward to execute the TMACs, which are our temporary repairs, when we see an emergency situation. There's a lot more work to be done on other tags from inspections that we have, that the whole program has to be completely redone. One critical aspect of this is why I've hired a chief risk and compliance officer. Because of the requirements of the commission being our regulator, we have to self-regulate on how we report and run our programs. The chief risk and compliance officer is going to establish programs from a quality perspective, risk perspective, and compliance requirements that match what the industry requires of utilities of our size, attached to GO 95, GO 165, and other requirements. So I think the best way to do it is to bring forward where we are today and what's our plan for the future. And then based on that, we can decide what's the percentage of reduction on the backlog and what that looks like from a resource perspective and timing perspective.
Can I jump into and then give a shout out? We mentioned her title, but we didn't mention her name, Joanne Martin. Thank you. Part of the benefit of her role in this is that she's external to the power system, so it gives us a sense of oversight as well. There's two issues. There's the data issue, and then there's the ability to do the work and close out the ticket. So what we're talking about here with the Osmos, it's about the data, it's about the inspections, it's about the folks going out, looking at the polls and saying we have a problem. Then what we do with that is starts to bottleneck through our own internal resources. And like Janice said, I wish Alice was still here. We actually declared an emergency on this and put her as the head of this emergency command structure just to get the data organized so we could figure out how big the problem is. And then once we clean up all that data to figure out what's been duplicated, what's already been changed out. For example, if we had an older pole with older cross arms and an older transformer and we replaced that pole, well, we replaced all the equipment that's also on that pole, but we may not have gone back and closed out those tickets on the cross arm, on the knee braces, on the transformer. So that's the data cleanup that we're doing now. We didn't think we were going to be done with that until November, but actually I think we're wrapping up by the end of next week, I believe, and then transferring from incident command over to the next phase of the project.
And this is important when they've talked about the asset management organization, really understanding the health of our assets, when were they installed, when they need to be replaced. That is a missing component to our system. And so it's something that we're putting at the enterprise level. So power, water, including facilities, we all have an understanding of where we are on our assets and how we're going to manage it against our work plan. So there's a lot of work that has been going on this year to establish the foundation of some key things that we should do as a utility, back to Tim's point. And so there's a lot of new people, and I'll have Joanne introduce Jade and Arash as part of your team if you want to come over and just talk about who they are and what they're going to be doing for you too.
Good morning. I am Joanne Martin. I'm the Chief Risk and Compliance Officer. So we did bring in 2 new folks to the team, actually 3. So we're going to have kind of 3 groups within the department that are going to specifically speak to that. So Arash came in as our regulatory compliance director. So his role will be around all of the regulatory compliance requirements, both federally and our state and with the commission, of course. This week, Jade started here at the department. He's going to be our enterprise risk director, so he'll be looking at kind of the risk lens, which is above and beyond any compliance requirements, so being more proactive, and also our wildfire mitigation plan. And then Brad will be starting later, actually next week, Rollo, and we'll have them come and introduce more themselves, their backgrounds, and their roles, and he'll be around quality management. So some of the maybe quality checks on our inspections, on the work that's then performed from our crews in the field, setting up a quality program so that we can have checks and balances, again, outside of the power and water systems, to kind of be a third independent party to review those. So those are the 3 groups that we're standing up. And then we have also a 4th group, our ethics division as well. So those are the 4 divisions under my office that we're standing up this year.
Can you clarify where environmental compliance will go? And is this is a compliance and risk management across all 3 of our systems?
Yeah, so it's more from a governance perspective. So environmental is part of that. So I kind of think of it as a click down on the menu of your computer, right? You have the main categories on top. And so we're here to set what those are, what the guidelines and the framework are, and kind of gather that information. And then those click downs will still be within the responsibilities in those areas, but we're going to create more of a framework that's consistent across the department and create that visibility that Janice was talking about. Because like Dave was saying, we spent a lot of time the last few months, and thanks so much to Alice to kind of outline where we have the visibility areas. And then, of course, Norma bringing in a data expert. We're just kind of trying to build up. First, we need to understand the state of things today and kind of where we're at. And then we can start to build those frameworks and what good looks like. And let me know if that answers your question.
I mean, it does answer the question in the macro, but specifically sort of for Catherine's office, for instance? Does that come under sort of your jurisdiction now, or?
No, it still stays where it's at. So she's still the expert. She's still where she sits today.
Okay.
But we just need to understand what her level of maturity is and then create that across the whole organization is how do we actually identify for ourselves, like where she's at on her maturity level. And I'm sure it's high. So, where do we then level set that across the department so we understand where everyone's sitting? And then that framework, if it's mature where she's at, great. If not, then, we help build that with her. So it's kind of more of like a bolstering and giving that a vision across the department versus like owning each of those pieces individually, because you really do need those subject matter experts that are close to the work to continue to do that work.
Okay, so this is like sort of overarching partnership with these very sort of issue area focused experts, creating sort of some cultural continuity in terms of their efficacy and their adherence to cross-cutting guidelines, that sort of stuff.
Well, when we have a lot of inspections that come from the federal government, and then the CPUC recommendations, they today reside in different silos in the organization, so this will elevate it to the enterprise so that we can put a strategy around how do we get better versus it's just with water or in power or environmental. And you see a lot of reports that come from Catherine's organizations on NOVs, right? Sure. And so we want to know, are we seeing trends? Why are we seeing trends? Can we fix that issue at the enterprise level so I have visibility of how we're managing as an organization? And so it's also your third-party unbiased opinion on how we're doing in governance. We'll work with team, we'll work with the commission and saying this is what we're seeing, this is what we're doing, and this is how we're engaging the functions. On the Osmos contract, though, we met with Osmos CEO and their team based on what my findings were on that, set expectations, and we're working closely on beefing up the performance of that contractor.
One thing related to Tim's feedback that I'm still not super clear on is, pole replacement obviously has been a big issue ever since that, for a long time before I got on the board, but certainly it was like a very hot button issue when I joined the board. And at the time, Marty Adams was presenting us with regular updates on sort of the number of poles being tagged at sort of which level, which needed to be immediately replaced, how fast those replacements were going. We haven't received that update regularly, but what I'm understanding is that the sort of input data to that process may not have been as comprehensive as it needs to be. So this contract
Or accurate.
Yeah. So this contract will help us get more comprehensive, more accurate data to power a feedback process that will give us more insight at the commission level into like how this activity is actually proceeding.
Yeah, so the Osmos contract really helps us do the inspections, right? We don't have all the resources to do the inspection. The missing part on the inspection was the framework on the inspection, right? It wasn't a structured inspection which you're going to inspect this, this, and this every time you go through, which is what Joanne's office will do, so that every time you see an inspection, you get the same information from every asset, and then that feeds into the asset management system.
Sure.
And then from there, the work plan comes out from emergency tag to 6 to 12 months tag to more than 36-month tag. Another change that happened during the issues with inspection and management was that the organization shortened the inspection cycles to 3 years, but didn't shorten the work to 3 years, right? So what you do is you create more tags, but really not close the tags. So we're really looking at the data and seeing, do we actually need to go to 3 years or have it in 5 years, but actually complete the work when it needs to be completed, which is really the most important part, is knowing where your issue is and fixing the issue. And so the reports that the commission have gotten before, I would argue had inaccurate data based on the ICS structure and the findings that we've had since then. And we are happy to report where it was and what we found and what we've done to clean it and fix it. And Dave, if you want to add more.
And the concern then is just to make sure as we roll out this contract that Osmos actually performs the work at a sort of level of consistency and quality that we can be confident of because of some previous findings by others that they didn't.
And if I may, and it's not just consistency and quality, but actually what's like the volume that's expected. Our review of the Osmos expenditures show that in year 4, if they were accruing invoices at the amount that you would have expected. Based on the amount of the contract, they would have accrued roughly $96 million in expenses, but the result of the audit showed only $63 million had been spent. And so what we see is a significant amount of inspections that were occurring late, or a backlog, and a significant underspend of the amount that was expected. And so the question then is really not just about the quality of inspections, but whether it's actually being done.
Yeah.
The role of the ratepayer advocate, of course, is to try to ensure affordability and save ratepayers money wherever possible, but this is money that, when it's spent, it can help to facilitate broad reliability and overall effectiveness of the utility. And so we would be concerned if we'd see continuous underspending, and this does look like to us a rolling into just another 5 years without the kind of oversight that you're speaking to.
Heard.
Okay. Well, which brings me full circle back to where I started on this, and I'm still not sure what to put in here to make it better, because I appreciate what Jadis said in terms of putting together a plan, putting together, targets, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, part of me thinks this is a year early, but I assume that you're going to want to do inspections over the course of the year.
Have to, yes.
No, I know you.
Yeah.
I know we do. So I'm a little at a loss.
Our recommendation is that the board not approve the automatic renewal within 1 month, but that require the department to come back for a formal approval of that renewal, and that in that period of time, items number 1 and 2 and the 7 different aspects that we put in them, the board direct the staff to complete those items.
Yeah, I think it's valid, and I think Joanne's office will help us develop the standard where the contractor should perform to, right? And make sure that our functions are performing to that standard.
All right, so we can approve it today with this understanding, but I would like to see just the language we're going to put in here to make sure that we get there, to hold everybody's feet to the fire on this thing, so to speak. I mean,
yeah, particularly the difference in terms of timetable of what we're approving today versus what will be triggered later.
And so we're just doing 1 year today. We're not doing the other four. But also on the point about, I guess, Osmos has their own inspectors, right? They don't use, okay.
Yeah.
So that's their issue, not ours, in terms of how many they use and getting the job done.
Yeah, it's how do we deploy the job tasks to them, right? And so they have to be QEWs, qualified electrical workers, to do the inspection, and then they have to use our format to do based on what we want them to inspect to, and then how fast they do it.
All right. Is there any point in putting times in there for deliverables? Trying to get them on a schedule to match up what you're doing?
I don't think so. The contract will have the language. If you want to revisit in a year, I don't know if you want to go through the whole approval process, but say in a year you say you endorse it or not, or we go through this, because we got to start that procurement process now anyways, right? So, which is the most challenging part.
Well, you would have the opportunity to extend this contract in that year process, provided that the commission receives all the information we're asking for in terms of the audit. So then the motion, if I'm understanding properly, would be to approve item 10, but amend item 10 to be a 1-year non-renewing contract. And in that time, requiring the department to complete its comprehensive performance review of the contracting party within 9 months, covering those 4 items from the ratepayer advocate, and requiring the department provide written documentation to the commission on how it will engage with Osmos to do 1, 2, and 3 as outlined by the ratepayer advocate within those 9 months as well. And that should give us enough time to renew the contract for an additional amount of years, assuming the answers to those questions are satisfactory.
Well, there's a 3 that is technology, right?
Well, the third bullet, I thought we were saying that we were going to approve for 2.
Yeah.
But then it's conditioned upon the completion of the performance audits prior to additional extensions. Is that what you're recommending?
We're recommending only 1 year, of approval at this point.
Yeah, because year 2 we would approve based on the findings that we get of that 9-month report.
Year 1.
Yep.
That's great. To talk about the relevance of this, though, it's our understanding that this is roughly 100% of the department's inspection program, and so Osmos is the inspector for these equipment. And so we believe the current contract is up in December of this year, and so it's important to move forward with approving this now so that there's no lapse in those inspections, but that this oversight is important going forward.
Dave, is that true? We won't be doing any self-inspecting of our own?
Well, we have an inspection and maintenance team that essentially validates. They live within the power transmission and distribution organization. We are just pulling at all the same resources to do the work, to do new business. So the Osmos performs the inspection. Our own internal inspector, subject matter experts review and say, yes, this is the right category, and then they coordinate as it goes into the database, and then it goes to the district for our crews to perform the work, or our contract crews to perform the work.
Okay.
So we don't have our folks out there. Brian Wilbur, correct me if I'm wrong. We don't actually have our folks out there performing.
I saw Brian shaking his head, so maybe he will give us some additional.
All right, while he makes his way, I'm sorry.
And this gentleman has been standing a long time here. What's going on here?
So I just support Brian on this. So yeah, we do have our own crews that actually do some of the so the infrared inspections, we have our own internal
infrared,
crews.
right.
We also have Osmos crews for all of our pole inspections. So work that they cannot do, we have our experts do. So we supplement the work that they're doing within our own group as well.
Okay.
So I think the concern would be if we can approve it so that we have the ability to renew it with the board's review and approval based on these conditions. If we're saying we're only going to approve it for 1 year, that means we have to start now to write another contract, which takes a year.
Well, you don't have the time to get the performance in the year, right? So.
No, we don't want to have to.
As is with these bullet points, right?
I'm sorry.
Approve it as is, and then just you can require them to come back with the performance review. Since the renewals are optional, to your point, at least give yourself the future board, some of you may not even be here, right, the option to renew it. So just leave it as is, but just require some of these reporting requirements.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you, Ben.
Again, but making clear, it's a 1 year at this point.
But it's always is. It just has the 4 one-year optional renewals. Right. And all the point they're trying to make is leave that as it's been negotiated, which will give a future board the opportunity to take those optional years, but then just provide the review that's being asked for by the ratepayer advocates so that you guys can evaluate whether those optional periods should be exercised.
Yeah, okay, that's my understanding.
Just requiring a board review before we exercise the next option.
Which there will be anyway, but it will require the information that supplements the board review. Okay.
And Janice, we're going to get out of this what you're looking for also?
Yeah, I think the important part to highlight is Osmos is just inspections.
Yes.
If you're looking for an end-to-end of how we're performing to close out inspections and work order, it's past Osmos, right? So once Osmos inspect, they send it to us. They're out of the picture. It's our responsibility to close out the items. So whatever we put in the motion for Osmos should be Osmos work, not the whole department.
Right.
I think that's a different, bigger discussion we have to have.
That seems clear from these bullet points that this is very much focused on their contract performance.
Yeah. The only question is, do we want to put in something about getting a report from the department about what needs to be done still?
Yeah, I think we should do a motion on that different than
You want to do it
attach
different?
it. Yeah, because
We don't, because it's not part of that contract.
so bullet number 2 is really the end-to-end process here, right? Because it's department inspection backlogs, future compliance with GO 95, and then leverage technology. That is the end-to-end process.
Yes, I mean, you can look at that as the comprehensive end-to-end process, but this would specify that the department's only reporting to us on how it's engaging on those items with Osmos in particular.
Okay.
In light of its CPUC audit findings. So I think that the focus on sort of reporting how we're supporting or requiring Osmos to sort of do those things for us will feed into a larger end-to-end conversation eventually, but I see it as sort of like a smaller bubble in a larger Venn diagram of our internal process. So I, if you're comfortable, would like to make a motion to pass item N10 as amended. So we would go ahead and approve the full 5-year contract, 1-year contract renewal with 4 subsequent optional 1-year approvals with the sort of caveat that the board receives within 9 months, items 1 and 2 of the ratepayer advocates' recommendations to sort of help us make the decision as to whether or not to renew the contract 1 year from today.
Again, does that meet your concerns, Madam?
Well, I think the biggest concern is if we don't renew in year 2, we got to start looking for another contractor now, right? And so you don't really, it doesn't really give us a lot of flexibility on contracting. So we would have to either go to RFP for having a second contractor starting today to get that ready if renewal doesn't happen in a year.
In 2 sentences, how would you get us on the firm ground that we want to be? If I can ask you.
In 2 sentences?
Yes.
I'm a man of too many words.
So that's why I helped you.
I would say we have so many problems around this trouble ticket issue. The data and the inspections is just one component of this, and if we don't have that continued information flowing in, now we've compounded the problem. We need to keep our inspections going while we, in parallel, provide performance data, while we also manage our way out of the backlog. And what we're not even talking about right here is what's happening right now as we sit here in the middle of the storm. Our TMACs, which are trouble tickets, which are also accelerated codes, which are not generated by Osmos, but they pull on the same resources and they're real time.
Thank you. That was good. They were just long sentences. That was pretty good.
I mean, my understanding is that in our analysis, internal analysis of this contract, we should be pretty confident in all the answers we're going to receive to the ratepayer advocates' questions within 9 months, or we wouldn't have proceeded with the contract in the first place. You wouldn't bring us a contract.
Oh, I agree. That's right.
With these CPUC. So I'm confident, recommending that we pass this contract with this 1 year, period, 4 year renewals, and that you don't need to go, to a secondary procurement process for someone else, assuming that you've already done the homework and can show us all of this in the next 9 months in a way that's going to enhance the competence of the board. If that's not the case, which I don't think it is, but if that's not the case, if we're being presented a contract and there are sort of some open questions about these issues that we don't know if we'll be able to get positive answers to in the next 9 months, then yes, I do recommend you go ahead and try to procure a second contract. But assuming that that's not a problem, that you all have confidence that whatever you uncover in the next 9 months is going to lead to sort of us feeling confident about our ability to continue with the contract, then I think we're good to go.
Yeah, I think because of the amount of work we've done so far, I think we're in a much better position. If I was where I was 3 months ago, I would say I'm not comfortable, right? Okay. So we have enough action items and work already in flight to do this. But I wanted to give you the whole visibility of what the options
what the impacts could
or
be.
the risk could be, right?
Sure, I understand that risk, and I understand too that I'm taking on that risk for a future board member that is not me. But I do think it's a tolerable level of risk.
Well, this is a really important program for me personally, but especially the department. And so it's one of our highest priorities that we spend a lot of time on currently. So we will get it right by the end of the year.
Yeah, I agree. We're so close to cleaning up the data. Alice's team has done such an amazing job. It's pulling on all the same resources, like we said a couple different times. As far as the information that we get from Osmos, we feel very confident about it. It's their interactions and interfacing with our legacy systems. But we just so happen to have a PhD in AI. Is she in the room? So we will conquer that as well.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys.
All right. Well, my motion stands. Do I have a second?
I have a motion and a second. All members present as ayes, which are now 4 of us. That motion passes. Thank you. Thanks, Tim, for your help on that also.
Thank you.
Okay, on the numbered items, what have I got left, Shante, to vote on? Because I think there's just, everything else is just a voting on what's left. So.
1, 2, I'm sorry, the voting items? The items to vote on?
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, and 12. But George,
No. And, hold on.
13, 14.
I'm sorry,
but we also
13 and
want to
14.
approve 3, right? I don't think we ever approved 3.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so actually,
All right, so motion to approve items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Yeah, seconded.
Okay. Motion is second. Any objection to four members present being recorded as aye votes? Those items are passed. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay, where am I now? Just generally lost in LA.
Management reports.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
Make them snappy.
Take your cue. Management reports.
2 minutes. Yeah. Mr. John Vandercourt, like we used to say in Power System Safety, rolling thunder. Where are you? Make it
Notice
quick.
everybody running for the door. And nobody running for the dais. So with that.
This is going to be great to get this AMI update.
Yes.
Pass me the gavel. So good morning, everyone. My name is Kada Uzama. I'm a power engineering manager within the Advanced Technology Infrastructure Division within LEDWP's power system. And I'm here with Nicholas Alexander.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, sorry. My name is Nick Alexander, and I'm an electrical engineer within the Advanced Technologies Infrastructure Division over the meter governance team, and I'm overseeing the power system AMI project team.
So first off, I do want to thank everyone for this opportunity to provide a report on the Advanced Metering Infrastructure Program. As we all know, the utility industry is going through several changes. This is a period of generational change, and the Advanced Metering Infrastructure Program will be a major part of that change. It will play an important role in helping LADWP meet meeting critical initiatives such as achieving our clean energy goals through the LA 100 program, whether it's providing better services to our customers and ratepayers, and also achieving other aspects of AMI due to increase in load. So over the course of this presentation that Nick will be providing, we will provide you an update on the scope of the program, what we've achieved so far, and what will be coming up in the near future. So without much further ado, I'll be handing over to Nick.
All right, thank you. So as Kadi said, I'm just going to introduce most of you or update most of you on this important department initiative designed to support LADWP's vision for a smarter, more resilient utility future. All right, so over the next few minutes, we'll walk through the AMI program scope, benefits, key milestones, budget, and our readiness for deployment. So program scope. But before we jump into it, we just want to highlight some of the power system's top initiatives. And just to note, the AMI program is a foundational component of the broader outage management modernization effort, which is to improve our outage restoration response. So in alignment with the department's vision for grid modernization, and for those unfamiliar with the term, grid modernization means making the system that brings electricity to our homes smarter and better. It's like upgrading from an old flip phone to a cool new smartphone. So the power we use is faster, cleaner, and more reliable. As part of the effort, the AMI program aims to empower customers with real-time insights and internally transform and enhance LADWP's water and power systems, focusing on improving grid visibility, reducing outage restoration times, and enhancing the overall customer experience. So in other words, if you ever had a power outage at home, grid modernization helps make sure that happens less often. And if you do happen to have one, that we restore your power quicker. Did not move. All right. Oh, I skipped one, sorry. The AMI program is a collaborative effort that brings together key departments and partners across the entire organization, from power, water, and joint systems in order to ensure its success. So the successful implementation of the AMI program relies on the deployment of critical infrastructure designed to enable two-way communication and real-time data collection. This includes the installation of more than 1.5 million electric meters and 800,000 water meters, as well as around 2,200 pole top devices that form the backbone of our mesh communication network.
What's the anticipated life cycle of all these devices? How long will this new AMI project last us before we need to completely replace it end to end?
So we're currently looking into the complete timeline of when all the meters will finish being deployed. We've talked to other utilities, and we've received responses from a request for information and RFI that went out. Typically, vendors are stating somewhere between 2.5 to 5 years. But we have a steering committee with all the top execs from across the department discussing how we can significantly reduce that time frame without compromising safety and without reducing the quality experience by the ratepayers. So as far as meter deployment,
that's for our first generation deployment of all of this tech across 2 to 5 years. But then I'm asking, at the 5-year point, it's all in place. How long does the existing technology last us before it needs to be replaced?
The life of the meter.
Sure. And the mesh devices and all of it. You know, is this a 20-year? Does this last us 20 years? Does this last us 50 years? Does this last us 5 years?
So it varies. The research we have done, different utilities say different things, so it all depends on the conditions and everything that the installation is in, the meter is in. But mostly we've seen life cycles of more than 20 years so far, is what we've heard.
Yeah, and does the manufacturer of the meter have a recommendation as to its life cycle?
Yeah, that would be part of the asset management information for the meters. The most important part of the AMI for us, just to give you a number, in California, there's only 2 million meters that are not AMI, and we own 1.6 of them. And so we're in, sorry, Dave. We're in like the phase 2 of the meters, right? Like most utilities did the first life phase 1 meters. Now they're in phase 2, replacing the second generation meters. We're gonna go in with second generation meters. So all the learnings from AMI, from the first deployments on the first utilities that went on, are already on the second generation meters, which is what we will be deploying. So I think the biggest challenge is not life of the meter, is how much more capability the meters have now than they did before. That's why they're doing second generation meters now, because they were restricted on what they could do with the first generation
Yeah, I guess
meters.
my curiosity is mostly sort of the capital mobilization it will take to actually achieve this rollout over the next 5 years, and basically when you all will be coming back to us for
Probably in 15 to 20 years, depending
That's
on the
helpful.
technology, right? And so
Yeah.
I think the new meters now, you have the ability to see the data at the meter before you need a different
to read
device.
it.
Yes.
Sure.
And so there's a lot more capability on the second generation meters.
Okay, thank
And
you.
you guys, please correct me if I'm wrong, but like.
No, that's correct. And just to add a little bit more, in terms of the meters themselves, about 20 years. Same with the pole top equipment. In terms of the back office equipment, which is all the hardware, software, typically IT devices are refreshed every 5 years. So it just depends on what aspects of the MI.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, so to fully realize the benefits of AMI, the infrastructure must be supported by a strong, well-connected software system that connects all of our critical systems. Key components include integration with the Customer Information System, or CCB, the Distribution and Outage Management Systems, and in the future, the Meter Data Management System and the Customer Usage Portal. Together, these systems will transform AMI into a smart, connected network that improves operations, helps shape our policies, and serve our customers. We will also have the ability to transition to interval billing in a future phase, enabling us to take full advantage of what AMI can offer. All right. So with both the infrastructure and supporting software systems in place or in progress, we've laid a strong foundation for delivering the full benefits of AMI. The groundwork has enabled us to hit major milestones and move toward full deployment across our service area. So far, we've made significant progress in our AMI initiative. Some key milestones include the successful installation of our back office equipment for the AMI communication network, deployment of about 4,200 meters, which was part of our pilot program, and the full build-out of the AMI communication network across our city. Meter deployment officially began in September, as was reported earlier, and is currently underway with over 2,000 AMI meters installed, accompanied by active outreach and engagement efforts with both customers and key stakeholders.
Are we installing both water and power now, or just power?
Just power, just electric meters. And as we move forward, our focus shifts to finalizing remaining systems integrations and preparing for the implementation of the interval billing in a future phase. And these next steps are all essential to delivering a smooth rollout and maximizing the long-term benefits of AMI. So the program benefits. So as we deploy the AMI technology, customers will begin seeing real measurable benefits, some immediately and others as additional systems and services become available. Right away, customers will benefit from enhanced outage response and communication. And for LADWP, early benefits include greater visibility into our system performance, faster outage detection, which means quicker restorations, improved theft detection, and mitigating hard-to-access issues. And the department will also benefit from reduced meter reader visits, enhancing employee safety, and lowering our carbon emissions.
Joe, I wonder, with 2,300,000 meter replacements between water and power, our folks over the next 5 years are going to find a lot of billing problems, broken meters. There's going to be a lot of sort of customer side issues that we're going to encounter because people will be physically replacing equipment that may not have been inspected in a long time. Do we have a plan for the capacity that's needed on the customer care side to make sure that, when we're hit with an influx of people who are being billed for something that this is a surprise to them because their meter hasn't been read appropriately, or the other sort of related issues that we hear about all the time, I think those are going to probably increase with this. Do you have a capacity plan for that?
Yes, both on the communications and the customer engagement side, we're working with Kati and the team and with John on some elements for the RFP to help support that. Every other utility has gone through this. We don't have to learn this the first time. So we want to bring in experts to assist with that, both from a strategy standpoint, but also from a capacity standpoint. So we're right now working really well in a project management capacity. Janice has been leading those meetings every 2 weeks with the whole team, IT, customer, power.
It's my baby project.
Yeah.
It was Workday last year, it's this one this year.
So there's a lot of work to do still. Actually, I was at a conference last week and learned a lot about how New York City handled their entire deployment of 5 million meters and their upgrade of CCMB from their old legacy system, which we did in 2013. So there's a lot of comps out there right now to learn from, and we are working every day to do that. Our customer service team working with Kati and the team, as well as IT, to make sure that we've got to get the billing side of this right and the customer side. So when you're changing out a meter in the field, meter numbers don't match, et cetera. We handle those on a day-to-day basis, but not on the volume like we're going to see with this. Exactly. So that has to be done right, and we're very sensitive to that.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes it's better not to be first. Things you're not.
I think this is the time where being last actually helps us deliver faster and better products, right? And this is an enterprise project. It's not just power. This is the power team. So Cody is the project manager. We have a project manager for customer. We have a project manager for IT. We're going to have a project management person for water, and then we'll hire somebody at the program level to bring it as the enterprise, because there's so many parts to this project than just putting a meter in, right? And so we want to make sure everybody's attached, and we're using the same project management tools we use for the Workday deployment. So,
which turned out beautifully.
All right. So program benefits over time. So over time, customers will gain expanded billing flexibility, including interval billing and eventually monthly billing options, supporting easier budgeting and custom payment schedules. So together, these advancements mean better service, greater convenience, and increased transparency. So jumping into our budget. So the department is making a major investment, approximately $656.7 million, to bring the benefits of AMI to the communities we serve. And it's important to note that this estimate does not include internal labor costs, which we've excluded for now. And it's also important to know that this is our internal working estimate, and like all major capital programs, it will be subject to independent third-party review to confirm accuracy and ensure transparency. So now transitioning to our deployment readiness. So we have proactively engaged with industry peers and neighboring utilities, such as the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, or SMUD, Southern California Edison, the City of Burbank, and the City of Vernon, to gather best practices, identify potential deployment risks, and assess our readiness across technical infrastructure, communication strategy, and program governance to inform and strengthen our own deployment plan. So our deployment teams is a collaborative effort across LADWP with uniformed personnel leading the charge. These teams will be responsible for installing electric meters, as well as continuing to support the build-out and fine-tuning of our AMI communications network. And as mentioned earlier, deployment kicked off in mid-September in LADWP's Lincoln Heights construction area. And just for context, the Lincoln Heights construction area is located between the 101 freeway to the west, the 134 freeway to the north, and the 10 freeway to the south. And initial rollout will cover portions of Cypress Park and Elysian Valley. So our goal is to install approximately 170,000 electric meters, which is a full saturation of the area that will bring modernized service and greater energy insights to residents in those areas.
What's the deadline to install those?
I don't think
170K by when?
So initially, our initial deployment plan was 170K by mid-2026.
Okay.
But we are working with the steering committee to significantly.
I'm pushing them with faster deployment. That's why they're looking at me like, because she wants it.
I think the first 10%, making sure we get the first 10% right is super important.
Yes.
But that is a really extended timeline if we're going to stay on this 2 to 5 year overall
Correct.
installation horizon. Right.
Yeah. So yeah, they're moving pretty quickly, actually. I don't know how many have you installed so far as of.
Just over 2,000.
Over 2,000.
Yeah.
And
so,
only 2 opt-outs? Did you say?
Only
4
2
opt-outs?
2 out of 2,000.
and one was, I like my meter.
Well, sure. I have a deep relationship with mine. I wonder also, have we started the meet and confer process?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
Yeah. We've been before even the big project started on the power side, and we're definitely continue that JLM discussion about the transition of the meter readers once we have AMI fully deployed.
Yeah, I imagine this will be front and center in our contract renegotiation. Yes. Okay. I keep interrupting you, I'm sorry.
It is the nature of the job.
Well, you will be gone soon.
I bet you can't wait. Yeah. The body's not even cold yet.
All right, so just throughout this process, we're prioritizing a customer-first approach by minimizing disruptions wherever possible. And this includes careful coordination to reduce traffic impacts, maintain service reliability, and ensure a smooth experience for both residents and businesses. So the AMI deployment will consist of residential and small commercial customers, and this scope excludes large commercial and industrial customers as they already have advanced meters in place. Nevertheless, they will be rolled over to the newer AMI technology in a future phase. And as I mentioned on the previous slide, we're starting with internal staff because they have the deepest knowledge of our meter routes, and this allows us to capture key lessons early and refine the approach before the mass deployment contract begins, ensuring contractors follow a well-tested and efficient plan. Some key considerations include ensuring strict safety standards, training field personnel on AMI functionality, and coordinating logistics with meter setters, stores, and the vendor, ensuring we maintain consistent inventory levels, and which is essential to keeping our deployment on track and avoiding any stoppages or delays. So our deployment approach. So this slide this slide illustrates our deployment strategy. The red area highlights the Lincoln Heights Construction District, which was selected as the launch point for the AMI deployment because it mirrors the diverse communities and infrastructure found across our broader service territory. So this area includes a representative mix of old and new housing, commercial and residential properties, and varying infrastructure conditions. This diversity provides an ideal community for identifying challenges and gathering insights that will inform and streamline future phases of deployment. The blue outline shows the full boundary of our service territory, providing context for the broader rollout. In the second image, the blue shaded area represents how deployment will expand outward from the Lincoln Heights community into neighboring communities. This phased approach allows us to progressively build out the AMI mesh network, enhancing data accuracy, improving reliability, and strengthening the overall communication network. Policies. So these key AMI policies establish clear expectations around participation, meter maintenance, remote service functionality, and data privacy. ensuring transparency, customer choice, and trust in how the program operates. And just as importantly, these policies will grow and improve over time, guided by thoughtful input from our stakeholders. And they are key to building public confidence and supporting a smooth AMI deployment. So here we highlight our outreach strategy involving key stakeholders, from LADWP leadership and city officials to customers across all phases of the AMI deployment to ensure alignment, transparency, and most of all, support from stakeholders in the communities that we serve.
Joe, Dave, Janice, have you thought about installing one of these now at Getty House and doing some sort of event with the mayor?
I have not thought about it. We got to figure out if the communication network is there in Getty's house yet to do it, but I wouldn't be opposed to it. My second area of priority is the Valley, just because of number of outages that we see. So I'm asking the team to look at the data and make sure that we prioritize areas where we can see the best value faster, right?
Just in terms of customer confidence, we might want to install, demonstration meters in Getty House and maybe in the personal residences of city council members and get them to speak to their districts about what AMI is, why they're doing it, what it's like for them as a ratepayer.
Are you taking notes, Dave?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Who's going to explain that to the city council?
Paul Habib, but his back is out.
One question. What happens to the meters we take off the houses? And what happens to the old meters?
Recycle them?
So yes, the old meters that are taken off the homes are recycled, but as part of the process, they're stored by the department for at least 2 billing cycles. We're still in conversation with city attorney's office to see what will apply to the department, because other utilities kept it for at least a couple of billing cycles.
Okay, but there is recycling available for the materials, the glass, et cetera?
There's a salvage process for that, yes.
Okay.
Excellent.
This is another reason why it's so nice to be last, because all of that has been figured out.
Yeah.
And that was our strategy all along, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't have waited this long, but yeah, going first wouldn't have been my first choice for here, yeah.
All right, so here we outline a 3-phase customer communication strategy: educating customers before deployment, ensuring transparent communication and support during installations, and reinforcing benefits and adoption after deployment. And this is all aimed at building trust, minimizing disruptions, and encouraging customer engagement with AMI tools. So to reach customers effectively across all phases, we're using a mix of communication channels, including print materials, social media, email, and the LADWP website, ensuring consistent and accessible messaging throughout the AMI rollout. So change management. So as we transition to AMI, we recognize the significant impacts this program will have on several civil service classifications, in particular roles like meter reader and customer field representative, as many of their current responsibilities will evolve or be phased out with the automation AMI brings. So these employees have been formally informed about the upcoming changes and the expected impacts to their roles. We value their contributions deeply and see them as critical members of our workforce. Their knowledge of the field remains essential, and we are committed to ensuring they continue to play an impactful role throughout the department. So we're addressing this through a proactive change management process to help support employees through this transition. This includes identifying new roles, updating impacted business processes like meter reading, billing, and field service workflows, and supporting training and development opportunities that align with evolving responsibilities. Equally important, we're working closely with our labor partner, IBEW Local 18, to manage this change collaboratively. Together, we're identifying opportunities that best align with employees' skills, experience, and organizational needs, ensuring employees are in roles where they can continue to thrive and deliver value here at the department. While specifics are still being finalized, the process is ongoing and grounded in collaboration between AMI program leadership and our labor partners.
Let me ask one question. I'm sorry if I'm sure you answered it before when I was out of the room, but this is going to take an extensive effort on Joe's department, I think, in terms of the community service folks and people. When people see people walking through their neighborhood with giant walkie-talkies or whatever they may be, it can make a lot of people nervous, particularly in this day and age. And I worry for both the safety of our employees, but also just in terms of being able to do their jobs. So I assume that's something we're looking at, or at least will be?
Yes, actually, the meter services and field staff are in the power system, so they'll be working closely with the AMI deployment team. But we get a lot of customer calls too, right? So why are they here? What are they doing? We do have initial talking points for our customer service reps to speak to our AMI deployment. Right now, we'll continue to monitor that as we go. We do get issues elevated, right? If we get common calls or problems, so we can troubleshoot and address particular areas that we see elevated concerns, but it is definitely going to be a significant undertaking for our customers. We do plan on doing a lot more publicity around this deployment as we get closer to the contracted component. Right now, this is really an initial effort to see how is it going? Is the system working? Are there pain points that we need to adjust when we get to the contracted field deployment of the new meters?
But also, back to the point George was making earlier, I think that some high visibility targets, if you will, or high profile, whether it's individuals, whether it's, people who, are in the public eye, actors, actresses who are involved in environmental movement, things like that. We might be able to help educate the folks, because I think it's going to be a significant undertaking.
We appreciate those suggestions. It's great ideas, and we'll look to do that.
Yeah, we get more support from our council members to deploy AMI than I've ever seen. I think everybody's ready for it now, so.
Yeah. I mean, but you have the Ed Begleys of the world, who are well known in the environmental movement, and rides a bus to the Oscars kind of thing. Those kinds of people also doing some things in their neighborhoods or with their homes or their friends or.
I think that you said a good point, because first of all, we know people impersonate everybody, so everybody's a little more alarmed.
These days,
So,
yeah.
Yeah, I'll add to that point. As Joe mentioned, we do have a lot of work to do that we're working on for when we start rolling out en masse. Up to this point, we've been in conversation or given presentations to the Council District 1 and 13 members, because our starting point is in Cypress Park, areas in Elysian Valley. And so as part of the presentation, we provided information on what ratepayers should look out for, customers should look out for, department employees in full uniform and things of that nature, and ways that they'll be impacted. And then just making sure that on the material that we mail out to the ratepayers and the customers has a lot of frequently asked questions and answers and other information regarding this initial rollout.
That sounds excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
All right. So lastly, as we look ahead, our focus remains on a thoughtful and strategic rollout. Key areas under consideration include strengthening our customer communication, finalizing our policies, especially around the opt-out options, and refining our initial deployment logistics. So we're committed to maintaining transparency by providing regular updates to the Board of Commissioners and other key stakeholders. And with continued coordination and engagement, we're confident in a smooth and successful AMI deployment. So, thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
President KATZ, if I could weigh in, we've been working with the team to understand the deployment strategy, and we would recommend that these report backs to the board obviously are very important. There's a number of things with respect to realizing the benefits of AMI that it's not just about deploying the physical meters, but about building the IT systems to be able to take in the meter data and to create new ways to integrate that into the utility operations for things like EV detection, looking at where lines are being impeded, to look at precision load shedding, demand response programs, creating prepay programs. All of these are enabled by the development of infrastructure to take in this data and to utilize it in a way that maximizes the benefits to ratepayers and for the investment that's being created. So we would recommend the board take up the department on its offer for regular report outs, because these are obviously about the whole utility modernization effort that this type of technology enables.
No, and I think also that fits in with also keeping the public more informed, because reports to the board meetings are broadcast, people hear about it, they see us talking about it, it gets less strange to everybody the more of that takes place in the different venues. So that's a good idea. I think, Joe, you're going to have to increase that budget we were talking about earlier for getting the word out. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. We have one more?
We have one more. And
One
the
more?
year in review management presentation.
Okay.
And I think it's important so you leave, George, with what was accomplished during your tenure here.
Yes.
And so this is the document. It's on our website, and it's a physical document of all the work, the good work that the department has done in the last 12, almost 13 months, and that encompasses, started in May when I started in the department. And so we have the team here to talk about quick and short highlights of this document, because I also am human and I'm hungry.
Sort of like this Marvel Cinematic Universe picture is really.
I know. Yeah, it's changed too. So with that, let's start with Dan, please.
All right, thank you, Janice. Thank you, board, for just taking the time to hear some of our significant achievements for what I believe is not only the best place to work in the city of Los Angeles, but is also on its way to becoming the safest. So just looking at that first bullet point to that end, it's a 17% reduction in our injury rate, and that's over a 3-year trend. So it really takes out, one good year, although we like those good years, but it really looks at a trend and that we're doing the right thing, and that points to a lot of the work that we're doing internally. Another thing is we've launched a department-wide platform. It's a software platform to help us kind of better evaluate metrics and data around our safety metrics. That's a huge achievement for us in alignment with our safety management system. That third one down really highlights that the work that we're doing internally at this organization is getting recognized by outside agencies. This is an award from APA, American Public Power, represents over 2,000 customer-owned utilities, and we received their highest level of achievement, something that we've been working toward getting a little bit better awards each year with them, and last year we received their highest level, the Platinum Awards. So. And then also establishment of an executive safety steering committee, which really is a cornerstone of any safety management system, is the executive leadership in steering the ship around safety. And that's a huge achievement for us under Janice's leadership. And lastly, just it points to continual improvement. Is just part of the process is putting barriers and safety measures in line with our employees between hazardous energy, and this is one around the high voltage systems on electric vehicle charging, and just a really control system around that supports the internal efforts that we're doing. So with that, I will hand it over to Mr. Gregory Reed, Director of Water and Engineering and Technical Services.
And acting on Anselmo's behalf for the water system. Thank you so much, Dan. And I'll just also comment that the safety organization under Dan's leadership has been a tremendous partner for our division, Water Engineering, in particular as we dealt with a particular provider on a couple of our projects. But with that being said, we have a couple slides for the water system accomplishments, starting with our mainline replacement program. Earlier there were comments about asset management, and we see our mainline replacement program as kind of the cornerstone of our asset management achievements. 230,000 linear feet of pipe replaced during the fiscal year, which is tremendous when you overlay that with all of the work that was done in response to the Palisades during that same period. So it's just shy of our overall goal of 240,000. So high 90 percentile. It's just applause worthy. With that being said, speaking of the Palisades, we were able to restore the water quality to 9,000 plus water services, and that was a tremendous effort, all hands on deck by our water operations division, our water distribution division, and led by our water quality division, who has the sample collection responsibilities, the laboratory analysis, and being able to identify those services that still have challenges, and even conducting repeat flushing to bring those into the right quality. We've also had a tremendous work with our fire department and ensuring that our hydrants are all operational and as quickly as we receive those inspection reports. And so we were able to complete 61,000 fire hydrant replacements and repairs during the fiscal year. And we also began efforts to replace pipe in the Palisades area as well. Going on to slide 2, if we may.
Was there any increase in, it was a problem because we weren't getting the reports about the hydrants.
Correct.
That was the delay. So what significantly happened that increased it? Because that was a real thing. It wasn't us. We were waiting for the ball to come to us.
Yeah, and you probably recall the effort that Janice and Anselmo had in communicating with the fire department to ensure the information flow was coming through. And so after a certain trigger point, the reports were coming in almost daily.
All right.
We've also developed an application.
Might have been the LA Times story about how they weren't filing reports that helped a little bit too.
Thank you. All right. As long as it's really perked up, that's what I'm interested in.
It is night and day, Commissioner, night and day. And we actually completed all the inspections for 25 at the end of July or August. I don't know, one of them.
Was it June?
June. So all of the fire hydrants that are part of the annual inspection programs, we still get hydrant inspections based on what the fire department finds on their day-to-day operations, but everything that was scheduled to be inspected in 25 finished in June of this year.
Oh, great. Thank you so much.
Okay, moving on to our second slide. We've installed more than 125 services for affordable housing, and that's under the Mayor's Executive Directive number 1. We've also began construction on our groundwater replenishment program. That's the Donald C. Tillman project in partnership with LA We've also had a few noteworthy celebrations at the facility hosted by our LA partners as well as our non-governmental organizations such as Waterkeepers. Monumental program. In addition to that, we've also completed our in-house construction of one of our groundwater remediation facilities, and that's the North Hollywood West Response Action Treatment Facility, built by our very own Power Construction and Maintenance, and that allows for us to now bring back in local groundwater into our system. We're operating 3 out of our 4 wells at this moment, and that's monumental. We've also begun the design build effort of our Fairmount Sedimentation Project. This is a facility that will help improve the quality of the raw water coming into the LA Aqueduct Filtration Plant, removing arsenic, naturally occurring arsenic more efficiently, and also reducing the turbidity, the kind of the muddiness of the raw water coming into the aqueduct. So that'll help us improve our filter run times and operational efficiency at the aqueduct filtration plant as well. Moving on to our third slide, my final slide, we've also commissioned the first of our 11 chloramination trailers. This is at our water storage tanks, and the relevance of that accomplishment is we have water quality challenges during the hotter months of the year where we get nitrification, and it requires our personnel go out and do treatments to restore the quality within those tanks. At this one site that's been deployed, Cyprian Tank, we have had no nitrification events since that deployment. And I'm also happy to say that as of this month, we've deployed our second of the 11 tanks at the Highway Highlands tank. So we're continuing to make progress. It's a huge return on investment because the labor effort to handle and treat these tanks when they nitrify is tremendous. So each deployment is also in partnership with our power construction and maintenance folks, and so they've been our very important partner in progressing that program. We've also restored 1,200 acres of our dust mitigation on Owens Lake, on the dry lake. This was impacts that were related to the tremendous runoff and storms from Hurricane Hillary, and so we're happy to say that we've gotten that done ahead of the compliance date. And we've also completed 2 miles of our old top removal on the first LA aqueduct. Last item I have here is 10 pump station rehabilitations and 8 regulator station retrofit projects have also been completed during that fiscal year. So with that, I'll yield my time to my good friend, Mr. Dave Hansen.
Thank you very much. So for 24-25, you can see electric customers experience an average of less than one outage lasting 111 minutes. This is a testament to our folks in electric trouble, substation operation, electric station maintenance, test lab, and also our engineering and planning group. None of that would be possible without the folks actually designing and implementing. The Intermountain Power Project in Utah did have its first fire. The units have been tested and are online. We will be implementing the hydrogen phase of the project early next year. We also brought Eland Phase 1 and Phase 2.
Dave, go back on IPP there. So this powering was just on natural gas?
That's correct. Okay. Moving towards up to 30% hydrogen blend early next year.
Yeah.
But we should be out of coal by this, before the end of the year.
Yeah.
So once we go on natural gas,
Remember that coal pile getting smaller and smaller and smaller?
Yes, yeah. Which is a big accomplishment, just getting out of the coal, yeah.
Right. And then Eland 1 and 2 solar and storage came online. It's the largest solar and battery energy storage system to provide renewable power to LA, meeting an expected 7% of LA's total energy consumption. Next slide. We also, Milford Solar Phase 2, we approved the 300 megawatt Milford Solar Phase 2 project, which will provide an annual average of 585,000 megawatt hours of renewable energy for over 97,000 LA households. This will be in service by December of 2026 and will add approximately 3% to our overall renewable portfolio. The Barron Ridge Haskell Canyon Line 1 upgrade, we completed, doubling the transmission line's previous capacity to deliver to LA over 1,100 megawatts of renewable power from the Mojave area. And also the Rinaldi Tarzana Lines 1 and 2, we finished that reconductoring. That replaced 20 plus miles of existing conductor and raising towers to improve power reliability and increase energy capacity. Next slide. Also receiving station X-ray placed in service December 4th, 2024. This provides additional power capacity and redundancy to the Los Angeles International Airport. This will support LAWA's electrification goals, including the automated people mover. Also, POLA, Ports of Los Angeles, we completed several infrastructure changes to improve power quality to POLA. We completed the studies at the industrial stations. We installed critter guards at 2 of the receiving stations that supply the circuits and the power to POLA. We completed some swaps between preferred and alternate circuits, which were moving some load around to improve reliability. And then also our AMI, our ATI group installed line monitors on critical circuits. So ahead of the AMI and ahead of outage management system, they actually devised a new way to install these line monitors with hot sticks, live line tools, so that we can actually monitor these real time ahead of the automated metering infrastructure rollout. Next slide, please. And I will dislocate my right arm, patting myself on the back for 2 new properties. Is Adriana Rubalclava still in here? Thank you to real estate and all involved. We acquired the first 2 new properties in at least 20 years, I'm being told. We'll see if that's actually a good number, but we'll go with it for today. That's 2 additional reporting locations for our substations maintenance and our substation construction personnel. We are bursting at the seams at our Palmetto property, so this actually gets a lot of our folks from parking on the streets and gives us a very good operational footprint for a central area as well as West LA Palms area. Palisades, we completed restoration to service to all structures able to receive power. Teams are progressing with the 12 kV upgrade that we were going to pilot in the Valley, but we decided to roll it out in the Palisades. And then we're also upgrading the distribution system backbone, undergrounding down Sunset. The next person I would like to kick this over to is Mrs. Oriah Oliver Griffin, our Chief Climate Resiliency and Emergency Management Officer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As you're well aware, there's been no shortage of opportunity to stress test our emergency response and operational protocols this past year. But in particular, I'd like to highlight 3 of our pretty comprehensive responses on behalf of the department. First was the September 2024 heat storm that impacted lasted 6 days of a very extreme heat, impacted over 100,000 customers across the city, and our power crews were able to restore over 55% of those outages within, the first 24 hours. Also in November of 2024 was our receiving station fire, which impacted 2,000 customers in the downtown LA area. On a long holiday weekend when we had the LA Auto Show in town as well, and those customers were restored within 7 hours. And then our transformational response to the January 2025 wildfires, where we operated a department emergency operations center that we formed on the fly during the initiation of the event, and we maintained it operational for 24/7 for up to 25 days. During that response, we restored water quality in record time, and we began the establishment of the Unified Rebuild Operations Center, which we're still in operation today, and we're still helping lead the rebuild of the Pacific Palisades. Next slide, please. We also coordinated comprehensive logistical support, not only for our employees, but as we saw in the Granada Hills incident, also for our customers, which is something that we have not done previously. And this was a concerted effort, a Herculean effort, I would say, on the entire department. It wasn't just power, it wasn't just water, it was power and water working together in a water-centric incident. And we're continuing to see that more and more. Additionally, we have requested to the tune of $2.5 billion to FEMA, over $1 billion for 69 projects to rebuild the Pacific Palisades, and over $1.5 billion for 34 hazard mitigation projects to upgrade and rebuild resilient infrastructure across the service territory. Next slide, please.
Are you likely to get that 2 point so-and-so billion?
We are in those discussions with FEMA and Cal OES as I'm speaking right now. Those discussions are taking place because there is some risk to those funds.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're doing everything we can on behalf of the customers, though, to influence FEMA and Cal OES and see how much we can get. So, and then we also, in addition to everything else, we've also approved and have design plans and have begun construction on a state-of-the-art emergency operations center, which will be housed at our Eagle Rock facility. And we expect to have that open in early 2026. So we also established a wildfire governance process and council to oversee the expansion of our wildfire mitigation plan, and also ensure that all of the deliverables that we have committed to our customers are met. And lastly, we established the Olympics Game Energy Council, and we also established a Olympics Games Water Council, which has never been done before in the history of the Olympic planning. So we're incredibly proud of that. And we've brought together an Olympics program management office for DWP to help ensure our preparedness and our operations consistent across the entire organization. And we're going to be stress testing a lot of those processes, including our emergency operations center, with the upcoming FIFA World Cup, in an effort to get better by the time that the Olympics are here, and we can have a very effective planning and then response. God forbid we need to have a response during the Olympics. So, and with that, I'd like to introduce Joanne Martin, Chief Risk and Compliance Officer.
Good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners. So for compliance, we are looking, I won't read through these, but really around expanding our compliance, again, visibility and reporting for the department. I did want to highlight something that's not necessarily on this page, but an area that I was asked to focus on in January right after wildfires, and that was a wildfire mitigation plan. So we have to file our wildfire mitigation plan every July 1st. So we did that on time this year, as we do every year. We also expanded the framework of that wildfire mitigation plan in light of obviously what happened here in an unprecedented way in January with the wildfires, and to look at more benchmarking across our different California utility partners, and in line with the request from our Wildfire Safety Advisory Board. So two areas of focus are really around our risk mitigation, our risk identification, and then any de-energization protocols that we may want to implement. So we did have an initial workshop on that this summer, and then we're going to continue exploring that protocol in light of keeping our community safe. And then we also, like Zariah mentioned, did stand up a Wildfire Safety Executive Council, steering committee, and subcommittees focusing on the areas to expand that. And we really did incorporate more work from our water system and our joint system as well into our wildfire mitigation plan that we filed in July. So I just wanted to highlight that. And then with that, I will welcome up Catherine Rubin, our Director of Corporate Environmental Affairs.
Thank you, Joanne. Good afternoon. I'm honored to be up here to be able to represent today for Kendall Helm, who could not be here. So we'll start out with this first slide. We delivered the 62% clean energy to our customers. We reduced our water demand to 103 gallons per capita per day in September. This was a rolling average, achieving the target of 22.5% reduction in daily per capita water use from 2014, ahead of our schedule. And we delivered over 43,000 megawatt hours of renewable energy through the Green Power Program, and this avoided over 21,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions. Next slide. Oh, I do it. Sorry. Okay. The master plan for our Pure One water was completed, and we brought it to the board, I think, the first quarter of 2025. This was in coordination with LEHRER. It set a strategy to rebuild and to build and execute our purified recycled water program for the city of Los Angeles. This also, we kicked off our CEQA and NOP process in May of 2025. This included our AB 52 tribal consultations. We also created the NOP and outreach materials, which included video, radio ads, social media, news posts, et cetera. And just to let you know, our comment period for our notice of preparation for our Pure One water closed this past Saturday. And we're now on to our draft environmental impact report, and we hope to bring it to you first quarter of 2027. In June of 2024, we opened and dedicated our Hollywood garden, pollinator garden at the Hollywood Reservoir to Cindy Montanez. Since then, what we did this past fiscal year, we completed our first Hollywood Garden year-long BioBlitz event. The event collected over 500 observations and identified over 200 wildlife species. This event helps support the biodiversity, native habitat, and educational opportunities to those who come and visit our Hollywood Reservoir every year. We promoted energy efficiency and electrification rebate programs, resulting in a total of over $24 million awarded funds, benefiting over 71,000 customers. We also completed many designs for drought-tolerant and pollinator-friendly and biodiverse gardens at 8 of our facilities, and this contributes to water savings and habitat improvements. We also completed our emission inspections that are required through CARB, and this contributes to a reduction of LADWP's carbon footprint. We were able to increase the number of diverse suppliers in our vendor database with over 300 new registrants, and these were from our small businesses, our disabled veterans, our MeBee-Weebies, that's our minority business, our women business, and our LGBTB enterprise businesses. We also, through 2 supplier diversity events that drew more than 450 attendees interested in doing business with LADWP and other city departments, promoting business diversity and contracting opportunities to our minority and women business enterprises. And with that, that finishes my for presentation. And I will now introduce Joe Romalo, Chief Customer Officer and Senior Assistant General Manager, Communications and Community Affairs.
Thanks, Catherine. Moving on to customer service, community, and communications. We addressed a major staffing shortage in our customer call center by increasing our staffing there and reducing hold times for our customers by 80% from about 2.5 minutes down to 28 seconds between May 24 and May 25. In addition, next slide.
What caused us to have such a turn down in people working there in the first place?
We had a significant a process by which we hired customer service reps that allowed us to get to the end of a civil service list over 2 years with city personnel where people had found other jobs, frankly. So you end up putting out for jobs and you might get 5 people instead of 60 people. That went on for a period of a few hiring cycles before we were able to get a new list. So once we had a new list, we accelerated that hiring. A very important part of this is all of the onboarding that goes on and training for new customer service representatives, which is really important to make sure that they understand how to handle customer calls, answer questions, et cetera. So all of that, we really cleared out that backlog of significant hiring that we needed to do in order to reduce those hold times. We're also working to improve our automated system that answers calls. That'll be in next year's report because we're working on that to improve the efficiency of our voice response system. We completed distribution in 25 of what was in total $700 million in utility bill assistance funds to our customers related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm very proud of this accomplishment. We increased by 28% the number of customers that were enrolled in our Lifeline and low-income program, Easy Save. That amounts to 55,000 more customers who are served that are low-income and Lifeline through those programs and through those bill assistance programs that we have for our Easy Save customers. We also enrolled 21,000 people in our Level Pay program, which is a program that we're hoping to significantly increase the enrollment in as well, because it helps our customers afford that bill by levelizing it over the year. Continuing on to the next slide, we hosted 21 Customer Support Saturdays. This is an award-winning program. We served over 5,800 customers through those in-person assistance events at our customer service centers. We participated in over 300 community events with staff from across the department, but specifically as well from our community affairs team. And we awarded over $16 million in grant funds to 37 nonprofit organizations through the Community Emission Reduction Grant Program for greenhouse gas emission reduction efforts that they undertake. Next slide. We partnered with Water System to conduct the largest residential water quality testing program and community outreach effort in response to a report and strong concerns from the Watts community about the quality of their drinking water. That's been a long-term effort. It's had a lot of success and a lot of appreciation by the community for the work that we've done in Watts. And we also relaunched the Efficient Product Marketplace to make it easier for our customers to participate in our various rebate programs. I do want to just take a moment to recognize our communications team who gathered all this information from across the department that you're hearing today. Emily Rose Oakes is here, as well as Michelle Figueroa and Renee Vasquez. They've done the web, this report, as well as the printed copy in front of you, and they did an amazing job working across the organization to pull the information together. With that, I want to introduce Ann Santilli, our Chief Financial Officer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. From a financial health perspective, the department closed out the year strong. During the year, the department maintained competitive water and power rates while still making large capital investments in our infrastructure. We did this through conducting complex financial modeling and rate analysis to understand the impact on rates from implementing our spending plan and leveraging our ability to finance our capital programs throughout the year using rates and debt. During the year, we issued $1.1 billion of new money bonds, refunding $416 million of fixed-rate bonds to take advantage of lower interest rates, producing $58 million in savings over the life of those bonds. And we also converted $851 million of our variable rate debt program to fixed rate and renegotiated $1.9 billion in credit facilities to de-risk our variable rate debt program. Next slide. And as we moved through the fiscal year, we worked with divisions to plan for the next year by preparing and receiving approval for a $9.4 billion budget for fiscal year 25-26. And I'd also like to highlight that we captured 97% of supplier discounts, saving the department over $4.5 million, established a wildfire trust, self-insurance trust fund with initial deposits of $45 million. And while not on this slide, the Workday HR and payroll modules went live in June after several years of dedicated work by department employees, the Workday team, and other teams. This implementation also improves the financial health of the department because it allows us to work on a platform that has the ability to keep up with changes in tax law, MOU rules, reduce the amount of paper we create to do our jobs, and also allows our employees to do their job from remote locations. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Tanya Franklin, Administrative Manager of HR Employment Services, and Christopher Lamar, Manager of HR Enterprise Resource Planning.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know everyone is ready to eat, so we're going to go as fast as humanly possible. So we're basically over HR, or part of HR, the HR team. We are representing Tracy Pierce, the CPO. And the first thing we want to discuss is the memorandum agreement for the civil service hiring. So the MOA, which basically launched in 2024, it was created to provide dedicated exam and classification support specifically for our department. And it has made a huge difference. We do now have a complete team of 25 employees with 18 supporting exams and 7 focusing on classifications. Because of the success of the MOA and our strong partnership with city personnel, we have seen results. I'll say from January through October of this year, we've had 277 employees retire from the department. But during that same time, we have onboarded over 489 civil service regular employees, as well as 212 trainees through our competitive training programs. So even with the retirements, we have had 153 increase in employees, showing that we're not just replacing staff, we're growing and strengthening our workforce. So let me just go into our next point. Working with the City of Los Angeles is vital in establishing eligible lists. But just as important in hiring is hiring the right talent. So our new joinledwp.com website has significantly increased visibility, generating over 70,000 additional views and drawing more than, I'll say, 250 attendees to our Women's Career and Wellness Expo. Attracting top talent is the first step, but retaining that talent is just as critical. So I'll now hand it over to my counterpart, Chris Lamar, who will share how the department is working to keep our employees engaged and thriving.
Thank you, Tanya. So we have 2 quick updates for you. The first is like Tanya said, we're working hard on attracting talent and hiring talent, but we also need to make sure we're engaging the talent when they start working with us. And this year, we're proud to share that we revamped our new employee orientation. And really, the focus is making sure that new employees really share and understand our vision, our vision, and some of the projects that were shared earlier today, and how they fit into this larger piece. And we found truly the best way to do this was to ask Janice to attend each of our new employee orientations. So we want to say thank you to Janice for attending. And the feedback that we've received has been nothing, only positive feedback and even excitement and surprise that our CEO and chief engineer felt it was important enough to attend each of the new employee orientations.
That's quite outstanding. It's like seeing Santa Claus,
It really is.
It was me, not Dave. It was me, not Dave.
I was going to chime in and defend you, but not now.
And I mean, the message is really clear, because I think, words are important, but Janice and our labor partners and our executive management and our directors coming to new employee orientation, sharing their time and sharing their excitement, it's hard to put into words. The second update we want to share, similar to Ann Santilli, this is not on our slide, but how could we not mention Workday? So we went live with Workday June 16th, and we're proud to share that, but we're even more proud and excited to share over the next year what we're able to do with this new foundation, how we can use data in new and exciting ways, how we can streamline some of our processes, and how we can better serve our internal customers. Thank you very much. We want to turn the microphone over to Adita Sharma, the Assistant Director of Corporate Performance.
Thank you, Christopher. Good afternoon. I'll be providing updates for my Assistant General Manager, Mr. Rajiv Mehta. I'll be providing updates for the process improvements in Power New Business, RFP process, and the IVR system. In the new business process, a Kaizen event was started in January of this year. So a Kaizen event is Japanese for process improvement and continuous improvement. It took about 16 days in the course of a month to meet with all the different people to get to the details of all the process. And the reason it took that long is because the process is very complicated, and also we were dealing with the January fires. So there were some scheduling conflicts. And the process entailed end-to-end business process from the time a customer sends an application to the time the meter is energized. So what that entailed was we had to work with 17 to 20 different groups just within the power system. And out of that came about 18 action items, and so far power system has completed 2, and the rest of them should be completed by, I think, middle of next year. On the RFP process, we onboarded a vendor who is a master black belt and has expertise in Lean Six Sigma methodology, and we're looking at the RFP and IFP process in supply chain management to improve that. We're also working with a niche expertise, a vendor who has a niche expertise in touchtone utility IVR, and we worked with customer service IVR systems with a 2-day design workshop. And what that has given us is we're providing recommendations and implementations that can be done with the current IVR. And we also have a roadmap that can be implemented in the new Genesis IVR. We also work with our IT partners in creating dashboards and metrics, and we're also working with OPA on the rates metrics. And with that, I would like to introduce our IT partner, Ms. Norma Grubb, Chief Information Officer and Chief AI Officer.
Thank you, Adita. Good afternoon, everybody. There you go. So regarding the accomplishment from the IT organization, we have launched facial recognition and passwordless sign-on, as well as Microsoft Copilot and Workday, and was mentioned before. This is with the attempt to advance our capabilities to more safer and also more productive ways of handling our technology. The launch of Workday, it was mentioned before, it was really a milestone for this department regarding our ability to move on with our digital journey. So we moved from 3 silo systems into one integrated platform that is a source of truth for data and processes, and it was a cross-functional effort. We completed network enhancement in order to move forward to more advanced ways of connecting data and processes in a digital way. We had to have a strong foundation in network, and we have done that. All these elements are foundational for the ability to introduce artificial intelligence capabilities. We completed several hardware enhancements, and this is related to AMI, as it was mentioned by Tim O'Connor. This is not only about the meters, it's only about how the data flows from the meter all the way to the bill that our customers sees. And this is requires very strong information technology infrastructure. So we are moving everything to the cloud. We develop a comprehensive strategy to AI implementation, starting with conversation with our labor partners, the JLM for AI, that is very successful, and where we're having meaningful conversations about the use of these technologies in a responsible manner. And we design an IT business continuity management system in case there is an emergency due to a disaster, recovery services related to the IT infrastructure. And with that, I would like to pass it on to my colleague, John Smith, Chief Administrative Officer.
Thank you, Norma. Good afternoon. While Dave pops his shoulder back into socket, our facility services and real estate divisions have been pretty busy this year. They were successful in building 2 work hubs. One here out of this building, JFB, the second one at our 6060 Sepulveda location. The work hub has provided a bright and airy workspace for our employees to collaborate and collaborate and roll out high product work products. It's also noted that the Workday development team used that workspace, as well as during the last Porter Ranch outage, that workspace was doubled as our emergency command operations center. During this cycle too, our properties, real estate services divisions purchased more than 2 properties. They purchased Jordan Avenue facility in Chatsworth, Main Street facility in Los Angeles, the Obama facility in Los Angeles, and a customer service center in Woodland Hills. It's good to note that the Jordan location was instrumental during the Porter Ranch water outage, not only for its proximity in the valley, but also for its warehousing capability, where we preemptively stored about 200 pallets of water that helped with our response the next morning. Lastly, the department completed the design for the Hollywood LaCretz Customer Service Center. This facility will be built on some vacant land donated by the LaCretz family. And the facility will house a customer service office, training room, as well as a community room for the neighboring communities. And with that, I'd like to pass it on to the boss, Janice Canones, CEO and Chief Engineer.
Well, thank you. Thanks to the team. I think the most important aspect of a year is reflecting on what we've accomplished. And even though we have major emergencies to battle with, the goal was to not let our blue sky work fall to the side, right? And so one of the biggest things that I'm proud of is really stabilizing our executive leadership team. Really very intentional about having half of my executive team be DWP career employees with vast history and experience in the department that hold the positions of operations, customer service, finance. I mean, they're all sitting in this table around me. And then bring industry experts and great leaders that help beef up new capabilities and are gaps that I saw when I came in here. And that was accomplished in the term of 12 months, and that's not easy to do, to find talent, internal and external, that want to take on this challenge and come together as one team. And we have a very important goal, is to perform and then transform the utility to the future, right? We have strong clean energy goals that we have to accomplish. We have a lot of transformation happening on the digital arena for the department, but also a lot of compliance regulatory of how to operate as a great utility. I think that has been portrayed on the next slide on the recognition that we have received nationally and international. Just the amount of interest that this utility and department has across the nation is incredible. I'd never expected to have to be in so many places at so many times at the same time, and being from one place to another to tell our story of what DWP is doing for the city of LA and our customers. And it's an incredible story. And in the year that I've been here, I've been amazed by the amount of great feats that we're able to deploy at the same time. And if you see the conversations we've had today, some of these projects are projects that utilities take 1 or 2 at a time, and we're taking 10 of them at a time and be successful at it. I think it's challenging the organization. It's bringing all the full capability of the workforce that this department harnessed from just being in LA and having such amazing schools in the area, and just the history of just families that have been in the department for generations. So it's been an honor to be here. You can see on the awards, we've got first on the JD Power Sustainability Index in 24. I think we got second in 26. And 24, we were tied with SMOT. SMOT took the first one in 25, so we're coming after them on 26. We received the 2024 EPEAT Purchaser Award for 4 product categories, 2024 Trusted Business Partner by Escalon, and then more in the next slide as well. Chartwell Best Practices for Serving Vulnerable Customers, and second in the West region and mid-size segment in business customer satisfaction. So, you know, our number one goal, and what I tell the team every day, is we're here to serve our customers, our communities, and our coworkers. And if we do those 3 things well, the rest will follow. And I think the biggest accomplishments that we have as an ELT team, the executive leadership team, has been working in collaboration with one another as one team for service of our customers. And that has been a very intentional journey. We have multiple meetings every week where we come together to solve for the bigger enterprise strategies and problems and solutions. And that has brought the team together between the new talent and the existing talent, but even the existing talent together to work closely together and solve for a really challenging year. And in a way that I'm very proud to say we've done as good, if not better, than I would expect of myself and the team. So very proud of them. We have a lot of work ahead of us. This year has already been a lot of huge accomplishments and more coming. So it's a good story to tell.
There you go. It's a lot in this presentation, so I'm not going to try and comment on everything. I do want to say that we are really grateful for the leadership of the executive team and how you have woven in the decades of experience that many of our leaders bring with new talent. It's been wonderful to work with everyone, and in particular, knowing that we're dealing with complex systems and complex global challenges, that integrated approach of really bridging silos between water and power and joint and really integrating the team, I think, has been critical. So it's been a hell of a year, really trial by fire, literally and figuratively, for this team. And it's really astonishing to look back at what's been accomplished. So thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you to all of the leaders who presented today. President KATZ or others?
You summarized that beautifully.
I'm sorry, George?
I said she summarized that beautifully. I have nothing else to add.
Anybody got anything that hasn't possibly been discussed today?
What's for lunch?
I want to thank everybody for their participation, their patience, and their fortitude. A lot going on. Listen, if these meetings ever get down to 30 minutes, you know we're not doing enough. So
yes,
thank you all for everything you do for the department and the city, day in and day out. And we will now, with the magic words, Ben.
Yeah. The board shall publicly report any action taken in closed session and the vote or abstention of every member present thereon in accordance with section 54957.1 of the California Government Code. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
That was
No, it's not.
misto, como a geração que teve o privilégio de conviver com Tom Jobim no Brasil e no mundo.
We're back in session. Ben, you want to report out from the closed session?
Yes. Pursuant to Section 54957.1 of the California Government Code, these are the reportable items. For 01, which is betting v. LADWP, case number LA Superior Court, case number 23 VECV 05347. This is a step and fall on a water vault on Calhoun Avenue in Sherman Oaks. The settlement amount is $350,000, and the votes in favor of this settlement were Commissioners KATZ, MCGRAW, and PINDER. 03, Travelers Insurance, ASO Granville Court Homeowners Association. This is a claim, LADWP claim number 1053878-5.
This is really nice.
This is an inverse condemnation case resulting from a water main break on West Knoll Drive in West Hollywood. The settlement amount is $71,914.25, and the votes in favor of the settlement were Commissioners KATZ, MCGRAW, and PINDER. 04 is a workers' compensation case, George Tolar v. LADWP, WCAB case number ADJ 140-12167, and LADWP claim number 2020-0620. This is a workers' comp case resulting in a settlement of biweekly payments of $3,360.58 to Mr. Tolar for the remainder of his life. The votes were in favor of the settlement were Commissioners KATZ, PINDER, and MCGRAW, and that concludes the reportable items. Thank you very much.
Thank you.